Hello, good afternoon. I am Wormslayer2146. It's Tuesday, the 4th of July, 2023, and we're starting another week of streams off with some more shapes. Hopefully my brain's going to wake up in the next 5 minutes and we'll be able to get into it. We're quite far into the game, actually, just on the cusp of starting the free play section where things change around just a little bit. We'll probably reach that just with the way things are ticking along in the background at the moment. We'll reach that pretty soon. But it's a good opportunity to kind of reorganize and rearrange stuff. So what we've been working on in the last session is getting all the shapes that are needed to buy upgrades consolidated into one big old production line all together. Huge thing. So far not entirely happy with how it looks and how it's laid out. So there may be quite a lot of reorganizing what we're doing now, but we'll see how it goes. I think the main thing is to just carry on and get the process all in place, see how things end up. We may not even have enough space where we are to finish it off, so we'll have to juggle around in that case anyway. So let's hop back in and you know, carry on, but also juggle around and see if we can get it all working. And good afternoon, Trollbait, welcome in, nice to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. I am not used to the game taking that long to load. It must really not like what we've built over here. It definitely needs a bit of reorganizing. The amount of space that it took to do all the painting and the processes we've got left, I'm not sure we do have space before the hub. Especially because I want to build a whole switching mechanism around the hub. Could be a little awkward, but you know, we'll see. How does the upgrade machine handle the floating layers? So we've emulated every process that we had in the old production. The old production of the purple shape is here, the logo shape is here, and then I just built myself an example of how to do the rocket shape, which is here. So it's not to scale, but the processes are there. And we've grabbed every process involved and just laid it back out over here. All of the shapes are mined and then they're cut down into quarters. And in phase 1 we turn the quarters into the shapes where they share a colour. And then those shapes are pushed through into colouring. And from here we'll then combine shapes that belong on the same layer first. Then we need to build the layers together. So as part of the next phase, phase 2, whatever you want to call it, the shapes that belong together is where we'll make the floating layers. So we've got, for example, somewhere along here, red 2-quarter circles like this, opposite each other. They get combined with red spiky top halves somewhere. Here they are. So we combine them together, then cut off one of the quarters of that, throw it in the bin, and we'll have our floating layer sections ready. That will then get combined in the order it needs to get it all stuck together. Some of what's here is now kind of ready. You know, the white stars go onto the purple, you know, bottom layer shape there. Both of those are ready, so that can just pass through as it is through this phase. Kind of interesting. I do notice, looking here, we have a problem there. Problem solved. The layout's a bit awkward at this point. The thing to do would be to gather all these up on the right hand side. I remember we talked about that. So we're going to get all the outputs together and then work out what we do next. We might want to juggle them in the process, which is a little awkward because of how it lines up. So I guess we'll have to juggle them at the next stage. Like things that aren't being combined could just pass through on one end of things. Let's just get my head around what we're doing with each bit as we look at it. So we've got quarter white top left. That must form, well, I was going to say part of the logo shape. Quarter top left, is that? Yeah. That's combining with uncoloured quarter square. So we can do a bit of a juggling work to kind of bring things together. Just, you know, keep it straight in my head what belongs with what, I guess. Let's bring these together. And then belonging with this, we want to go find the uncoloured quarter squares. Here they are. Send them down. They won't be there though. Leave a gap as well. They'll be to there. I made more of a mess than it's worth, but we'll try juggling around like this and getting things that belong together next to each other and see if that helps at all. As I say, we may end up tearing a lot of this down, like an awful lot of it down, and redoing it, depending on how things end up. Okay, so there's those two. It would be good to put next to them the other parts of the logo shape. So that is the white, I don't know what you call this, opposite bitties of circle. Let's put them, I prefer the other underground, to there. There's 4 of them, hopefully that's correct. Should be. They'll be up there. That's all the pieces to make. No, it's not. We're still missing the uncoloured half squares. They come here as well. Which are right next to this. Might switch them around a bit then. Yeah, let's... have them there. Move these out further. Web it's there, and then the rest of them here. Which we're going to want to just erase all these ones that are on the line here. There we go. So those are the 4 elements to make the logo shape. Those two combine, a bit gets cut off and thrown in the bin, and then those 2 bits combine, and we have logo shape. Cool. What do we got next? I think it would make sense to get the... I don't know, actually. Either way, the rocky shape or the other shape doesn't really... The thing's going to get juggled all over the place regardless, so let's gather... I mean, this will do. This is the bottom layer of the rocky shape, the blue and the uncoloured here, so why don't we send them over? Does that line up nicely for them? Looks like it. Nope. I've put it in the wrong place. Why did that mess up? Oh, and they're all wrong. Try that again. Wait, maybe. There's the blue ones going through. Bring them to the corner. Get that right. And then get these, if I copy that much, 4 of them are there. And those are the 2 parts that make the bottom layer. So I guess we want all of the other rocket shape parts coming over here now, which is all those red bits and the white circles. So we've got red bits here, bring them under. Grab all that and paste it in the right place this time. It's like that, and then does it matter which way around I put these? They go with this bit, so let's bring this bit next. Where are we? All the way up there. Some big empty gaps, but I guess that's how it goes. One more of them, and then we'll want the white circle, I guess. Which way round does it go? You put the other one, the white circle on top of the other one, so yeah, white circle next would be good. It doesn't really matter, we can juggle them again as they go into machines, but still. Might be neatest, so white circles under all that. Up to there and under that as well. All funny shaped ones in the middle there, don't. Hopefully that's not an ongoing problem. Guess we'll find out in time, but everything seemed okay last time we looked at it all. No, but there's white circles, so we're now just missing red, you know, the left half of that layer. They can go under. That should be everything for the rocket shape, I think. Them, which just leaves the shapes for the purple shape, which is white star going on top of purple weird shape. Put the going on top of first. So there. It's going to be a bit, whatever. It's going to be what it's going to be. At least everything's kind of tidied up in numbers. Everything's in 4s and 8s now because we're getting towards the end of the shapes. And that's the output amount we're doing, 4s and 8s. Bring these all the way over. Corner's going to be pretty soon. We just cut them back a little. And the last bit that we need to feed under from here. Can I grab that much twice, I guess? That one there. That one there. Fine. And then under here again. Under there and under there, and then on we go. And again, a few odd-shaped ones mixed in the place. Is there a problem? Where would that be? It would be back up here somewhere, where we make the stars. Seems fine here. Something on the... Oh, probably when I put these rotators in or something. Some things took some time to push through. Okay, I mean, they'll work their way through the system quick enough. We should be fine. Don't think we need to worry. Let me grab that line there. That should paste over that. All the way along. Seems okay. Line all them up. And that's all the pieces joined together. Just do the next corner and we'll have them all in an array that we can pull from to do the next stage. Get them in the right place. Seems good. Like that, I think. I'll copy that and rotate it. Bring everything so it's all in a line and I can copy all the way across. Still above 1 million blueprint shapes for now. Might not last much longer. Right, there's that array. So we can start. The next machine's here on the left. Put things together and send them across, and then maybe up and across again. So we could be good in the distance to there. We fit everything into little boxes as we go. Just this stuff where we did this kind of wave pattern, which, you know, I don't hate it. I just think I would prefer everything in straight line. Even if it creates these big open areas in the areas where we have like no radar or whatever you want to call it, where the fog remains just a bit funny. But oh well. So this phase, I mean, I could just make the purple shapes because they're there, but I don't really want to. I want to start combining things that need combining. So these two, the white circles, need putting on top of that. Right? Yeah, that's correct, I think. So we could do that. We need things like this. Go here, gap 2, that'll be there, unless we need to rotate before they go in. I think we did all the rotating beforehand. So that's fine, right, in theory. That shape is going in there. And then the white circle in there. No, missed a bit. That should match one of the phases over here. White circle goes on top of the left half. Good. So we're doing that 4 times, I assume. Bigger gaps on this layout, aren't I? Be consistent everywhere, doing that. The second one is... No, hang on. Go under that line again. And actually, while we're sat here, I might just bin through some of these dodgy shapes. The red one is the first input, so that one's going in there. That one's going in there. Last one into there. Then the white circles under there. Under there. And into there. Oops. Should make them. We'll deal with the outputs after, but that's that production chain. I think we've flushed through enough of that. Looking, oh no, still some there. Not that far back. Let's leave it going for a little bit longer then, I suppose. What else do we want to combine next? So these two want combining, then cutting. We'll deal with the then cutting in a bit. They want combining. So we need another 4. Might as well get the underground bits. We know we're going to need them. That's going to be there. Let's bring this forward. It's just going to keep going till the end, I guess. Hopefully that's good now. Take that forward as well. These bits are all going to be empty. It's pretty handy. Which way round is this? It's I want to say the circular bits go on top. Yeah, circular bit goes on top of spiky bit. So spiky bit in first, circular bit in second. Those all the way along, we know we need to go under them belts. Spiky bits in first. Put them undergrounds in. And the circles in. Good. So we end up with this funny thing, but if we cut, just single cut like that, and bin the bottom half, then we're good. So find a way of doing that here probably as we join these lines into their next array, heading for the next thing. They're going to be coming down. So maybe we can do it as part of this phase, just do the cutting on the end and then bring them down, probably. Rather than bring everything to an array, pull them off to cut them, and then, maybe. Might do that, just to separate the phases out, you know, as a bit of a organisational thing. Might do. Anyhow, next shapes available will be the rocket's bottom layer, which need combining. Nice, simple, doesn't matter which way round kind of thing. Can copy all of this actually, couldn't I? Let's go for that. There. The first one in the first one's simpler. Would just combine these here as well, but this isn't about joining two different layers together. Really. Two different layers of the finished shape together, so yeah, I think we will leave that for like a phase 3 area. There, I think. And the blue bits over. Line them all up. That's all the layers. Not quite. I mean, I guess these need recombining after 2. That's kind of interesting. But it makes some vague sense in my head that, yeah, we'll leave them for the next bit. We'll see. What else have we got here? They need combining and they need combining. That's all very, very simple. Very handy. Let's just take the whole 8. So we know that's how many we're going to need. Does mean these purple ones are going to be going a long way for no reason. You know, either way, it would be 8 belts of the finished shape. It's 16 belts of the unfinished instead. Everything's free in the game. It doesn't matter. Those ones into the first ones. Hang on. Which way round matters here. Might have them the wrong way round. Doesn't matter there, but here we need to put... I think it's square on top of circle. Come check over here. That shape is made, and then square on top of circle. Yeah, square on the right. Yep. Good. And they're the right way round. That's handy. Worked out pretty nicely. There, the one plugs in, and then the last set of 4 is simple, doesn't really matter which way around, put them together. Just grab that lot, bring these back a bit, then I can grab that lot. Easier if we bring this forward. Then grab that lot. Line it up to there, I think. That's not a perfectly tidy way of doing it, but there we go, job done. Good. This slot's going to go up and over the top. Not like that. Get that bit done. Try that again. There we go. Not sure where that's going to be going down yet. We need to sort all this out. Okay. So if we want to do the cutting, this one for example, we need 4 sets of cutters per line. Yep, that's right. Could just do them here. There and there, feed them in. We can bin immediately, or we can join it together and bin. You know, bins are free, so we can just do that. And then combine them. The line's just a little further down from where it would be. In theory, this would run here. Leaves the squishy as much as possible. Bring everything down and there, and the next machine's across here. And we've got plenty of space. Yeah. Which, yeah, I do think we may end up picking the whole thing up and shifting it to the left, but we'll see. This, where we've got phase 1, don't know if that could go vertical instead. That would help. It could. Might have to move where we do the colours, which we can't really. If we put that vertical instead, things would go out and then down. Out and then down. That's what we're doing here. So yeah, we could do that. We could rotate phase 1. Move the initial cutting to the left, and then everything will be okay. It'll take a bit of time to do that, redo that, but I think that's half a plan to how we might tidy that up a bit. Here, carry on with this idea. Could leave a bigger gap because these are going eastbound, these are going westbound, but you know, maximum density or whatever. Let's see how it goes. If those are there, these are going to come out a little bit further forward. which leaves a little bit of a gap here, but you know, that's nothing really. And the ones above it will have a little bit of a gap as well. But I think that's fine. This cutting that needs doing is very condensed. So I don't really have an issue with that. We could move it closer even. Call it part of the same process. We could move it to the right too. Could turn it around. See what space that would take. If they went in there, it would overlap. So no, that's no good. Without juggling more stuff around. So I think this is fine. And I like the idea of leaving the gap. It's a separate process, but it's just done right in front of it, and that's fine. Only thing is whether to... So instead of binning there, we could... bring them together into one bin there. Doesn't really matter, I don't think. This to me looks a bit messier, really. So I think we'll go with that. Like that. Yep, let's go for it. So we're going to grab that lot. Those four need doing, and then these ones, but I don't know about which side is getting cut. Oh, which side is getting binned, I mean. That is wrong. Interesting. What have we done wrong here? We've got alternating corners on the left side. I missed something here, probably. There's a rotation on the output. Okay. So what we actually want is the other corners of the whites and the top of the square. How we have done that... Yeah, is on the inputs all the way back here. So those whites are these ones. Game does not handle this many visual elements very well, but we'll live. Trace the lines back. These ones here, which is this set of 4. So of this 8, the bottom 4, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's very awkward though, because of how those lines are combined together. We'll want to change that around. That's very annoying. Wish I'd noticed that earlier. It's the rightmost 4 of this orientation. But on the other side, do we not have, yeah, the other orientation, so we'd rather do them on the other side. And change all this around. Which would change a whole lot of other stuff around as well. A whole lot of other stuff. But we kind of have to, or we, you know, we can just rotate them here, but that's inconsistent with everything else. There's nothing else being rotated here. We get the rotation right at the start. So that's what we should do. That's what I would like to do. So we're going to need to head back and fix that, I guess. Sure. Just bring together what we've got here, and then we'll go look at that. Not quite the 3. Yeah, they need combining to make... Sure. To make the rocky shape. We can do it all in one set of machines, similar to some we have before. 3 inputs, 1 output of the finished shape. There's all the layers for the rocket shape. And then, yeah, this. Okay. Fine. So what we're going to do is make a mess for a while. We'll just start at the beginning. Here we make the ones in this orientation, so we need 4 more like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Down here where they join, they're now going to run alongside them. Or cuts out those lines there. And moves all these undergrounds. We've then got 8. No. We need to clear them out. We can just shift everything up because it's only 8 left. Which means shifting everything up. Like everything up too. That is so annoying. Hello, Kennard. Hello, welcome in. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. I have a little mess here. That is a bit of a problem. Let's worry about that. For now, we'll leave a gap here. And there'll be a gap here. And we'll deal with it. Somehow. Let's remove them. Oh, they're not going to reach, are they? Okay. We're doing the big job then. Over to there. Rylita, hello. Welcome in. Nice to see you. I hope you're good too. Hope you're having a good day. 2, 3, 4. Kind of just need to delete all this and start again. I mean, I kind of need to. Yep. That's not so good, so we need to take everything. Yeah, everything here is going to move. Oh, which makes a mess over there. If we're doing that, we might as well rotate everything like I was thinking. So let's disconnect everything here to start with. If the game lets us. You've missed your worm streams. Had to take a break from twitchy things. No, it's fine, V. There's no obligation to be here ever. It's always very lovely when people are here, of course. But you've got a life to live. Some things are more important than worm streams. I accept this. We just make most of the time that you can be here instead. I want to cut all of this as well. Up to there and all the way over. The game will do it. There we go. Takes a minute. And we should just going to put bins at the end of everything so that we flush out what's on the lines at the moment, because a lot of stuff's going to change. Bin all that, bin all these. Just let that flush through while I work on everything else. Getting so close to the end and then something's not quite right and we have to redo it all. Oh well. It would be good if... just take like this much. That much? Sure. Move that up the 2. Everything right to there is pulled out. Can at least go that far back. Thinking about it. There we go. Get all those bits off as well. And this is all colours. The colours shouldn't need to move. I don't think. They can stay where they are. The outputs of the colours will be moving forward, I guess. Could deal with that. That's not quite right. Why won't you do what I want? Try again. then to there, and so on. I think they'll end up there. I don't think we can rearrange that much at all. The inputs are where they are. Would be nice, I guess, to do it different. We loop the colours one way then the other. No big deal. That is a separate thing we can deal with whenever. What I need is the last machine, which is one of these nice big ones. Interesting. So we need to be on the right of the first machine here, in case the output of this one goes into there. No, we need to be further right than that, actually. Much further right. This I'm just going to put down there a second. I need to cut more of this away so we can work out where we're going. These lines are going to be here, those lines are going to be there, that's all fine. Just notice there's a gap there, fix that. So that is the right hand edge of there, so we're going to be 1, 2 away from that. And then that'll be coming down and in there. We need to do this crossways, and then that'll tell us where the machines can begin. Take that over to where the corner is. And turn it round. Is that the right way? No idea. Give it a go. Do all these corner pieces. They might not. We'll see. The outside of this corner might be a bit different. It shouldn't, yeah, it shouldn't matter. Don't think. In my head this is all okay. Grab a 4 for there. Quicker with copy pasting. Let's bring all these down. There's not too many of this phase then, only up to here. Okay. See how that goes. Bring this lot back as well. There and there, I think. There we go. There's all the lines. So if I take the first machine again, it needs to be, I guess we're going to move them colours then. So the gap is right, correct, you know. I'll line up with the outputs, so that'll be there. And this will be taking that line. Inputs on this end, I'm going to move the rotation to be as it's fed in. And then we're going to have to work out where they're coming from and how they're getting in there. From over here. That's all probably going to move around as well. We'll see how that goes. So we've got... Are these all the same? 1, 2, 3, 4 the same. This has got the same inputs. This is where it changes. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 in total. That eye goes into that line. That's into there. That lets me pull them away from here. So that lot. Am I messing anything up here? No, that's all fine. Okay, next machine. They're rotating that way. That's different. So I've got 4 machines like this. Just cut that. That's there. I can move it over here. I want to line up the inputs because it's a smaller production cell, which is, you know, a bit annoying, but it is the better way, I think. I can either line up the output point or the input point. I think I want to do inputs. So those rotation blocks are in the same column, and then those splitters, and then on we go. The output from there is going to go over and down. Create a bit of empty space around here, but, you know, it's got to be somewhere. We are doing 4 like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. So the little example one I built in the background has been making rocket shapes. We've hit the point where we can actually buy an unlock. That if we do, it'll consume the 20k, and I'd rather get to the 50k for the progression, so I'm not actually going to buy any unlocks yet. It wouldn't do anything for us, so we'll wait on that. That is all of them. Can pull them out. I might pull out all the corner bits and everything here, so we just got the same situation all the way along. Close to it. We'll work out all that in a bit. We're now got the problem of I'm trying to build where I already have buildings, so that's a bit of an issue. Deal with that in a second. The next thing we're doing is 8 like this. Yeah. No. They've got 2 rotators, this has 1, so it's just 4 like this. It has one of them on that input. And a lot for these. Which, yeah, I can't really do. 2, 3. Kind of. Cut the nose off this one. And a bit more. But sure, that's there. Deal with that in a second. Outputs of those. To there. Now I definitely can't build more without moving these first. Let's get rid of these here. Tidy this up as well. Okay. So 4 different ones like that, and then those, and then this and that, and whatever. What am I going to do with these? Moving backwards, I guess, is the thing. Just cut off everything that's above them. Or because of that, me move them. That point. Don't want to do too much cutting and pasting unnecessarily. It's going to burn through our blueprint shapes, but I think we might have to just to get these moved without losing track of what's going on here. Maybe I don't know. No, I don't want to risk it. Where am I up to that one? Cut all that. All these in line with one another. Grab the right bits. Less wasteful if I just got it right and didn't keep clicking one next to where I really want it. Oh well. And then if I grab all of that, we'll be able to rotate it and reuse it. Not exactly sure where it's going, so I'm just going to put it up out of the way over here and then we'll move it again later. This lot as well. Not that there's much to it, but just so we don't forget what we're up to up here. That belongs there. Okay. Trim all this back while we're here. A bit further maybe as well. Let's do that. More need moving, so let's get them tidied up too. What do we got here? That's going clockwise and counter. Clock and counter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doing the same thing like this one. Just move them there and there. So the next thing that there is, so that can go here. 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of them. So I can pull out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, all the way up to here. Tidy up the weird bits on the edge here. Fine. Good. That clears the space to actually build in. The next thing is moving these ones over. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 2, 3, 4. But did I just see that that is the half squares? Yes. So the orientation on these was wrong as well. The thingy and these. We actually want tops. Which means we've got top rights coming in. Top rights are coming in. So we want one to stay the same and the other to go counterclockwise once. Like that, it's better. We get rid of all this. Then it's the 4 lines where the quarters just go through as they are. Them in there. Then we've got, looks like 8 machines doing the same thing. Mouse wheel, please. Yeah, making those bottom shapes. So slightly bigger factory. Doing something slightly different. This one gets rotated. So we do that. Those are the other inputs. Grab all that. 8 of these. Is that right? That's wrong. Line up the rotator. That goes there. Add those on for visibility. Although Yeah, no, that's right. That lines up with them. Yeah, that's fine. Four of them. Just another like that. That's all 8 of those. Yep. Off they go. Oh, there's some rotation here I've missed. On the other inputs, every other one is rotated. 180. Didn't see them up there. Be a bit more careful. But yeah, that's fine. That deals with all of them. And what do we got here? We're making full circles, so I need to move. That one's staying as is. Just move these round. Oh, how many of these are we doing? 4? Sure. Line them up right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Deals with all of that. Okay, good. Trim these back. There's some rotators there I've missed, aren't there? Don't know what they relate to anymore. Looks like it would be a combination of circle and spiky thing. Potentially. Or circle and square. Should have rotated counterclockwise once. Unless I did get it. Maybe. Looks like I've missed it though. Really looks like I've missed it. We're going to have to just keep an eye on what comes out here before we plug it in. We'll plug the inputs in before we plug the outputs in, and then we'll see if I have missed something up there. For now, let's trim all that back. I think I may have trimmed too much, and now it's not clear where everything's supposed to go. Yeah. Oh well, we'll see. This slot that we put up here temporarily can now go in its place where it belongs at the top. If I can line it up from here. There. Okay. It's not too bad. It's a bit taller than I'd like to get everything in a nice square patterns or whatever, but it's fine. It's not bad. Just get the outputs joined to the corner at the bottom here. I think that might be silly, but I'm going to do it anyway. Going to end up with a lot of stuff going in the bin, but it doesn't cost us anything, so I'm not too fussed by that. All over. It's a quicker way of doing this, don't I? Doesn't matter. There's no rush. I'll build a mega factory in a day. There we go. Let's bring these northbound though, that would help. Line them up, so these 8 should be the same, looks like it. Cool. Then we need to get the inputs into these into a neat array around a corner and then get their machines reorganized and relayed up. Could be very awkward working back to front on that one. Not sure how that's going to go. All this north again. much neater than it was before, though. I'm kind of happy that we did this. We didn't have to. We could have juggled things together differently at the other end, put a rotator in later and whatever, but I'm glad to be doing this, actually. Getting it right and getting it better laid out, more square. Do love my squares. A lot in there, and then over the top is just these 4. Oops. And there, let's do that corner. I would have wanted. There we go, that's better. Going to there, perfect. So that's the new phase 1. We need to get rid of that label there. Where's the middle? Around here somewhere. So that's upgrades phase 1. Phase 12 apparently. Not sure I need many more than just that ability to jump there. Maybe the mining one can stay, although that may be moving around as well. And then maybe the final phase or something. That's pretty close to the hub, so we can kind of jump around with what we've got. Should be okay. Right. So the inputs for this, we either bring them all down to the bottom and put the corner down there, or we do them at the top, put the corner above these machines. If we do them down the bottom, I think that would be very difficult because we've got 4 different inputs to put into every machine. Unless the 4 are the same thing. What is this? This is full stars. Okay, that could be better then. Because it's taking one of these. We can reorganize these machines as well, actually. It's taking half the output of this machine, so if that machine was at the end, no, we need to turn a corner. So we need to array everything. Yeah, this is going to be a bit awkward. If we put the corner at the bottom, we won't be able to jump across the lines with everything we need to jump across with. Unless, as I say, everything just happens to line up nicely. Those colours are probably coming up. So the first line would be here. Second one would be doing that. Even that's not quite right. We should be leaving a gap before doing the corners there. Gap of 2, so that'll be there. I think this will work okay because it's all spiky bits going into these, all the same thing. And we can juggle them into this array on the output of those machines over there, wherever they're going to end up. Further up than you might first think, I guess, but I think it'll be okay. So there's a bunch of spiky bits, and then another whole load of spiky bits. That doesn't quite help. What about that? Kind of. And also kind of not. Okay, join them up without making a mess, preferably. What's above that? More of the same. Well, that does make it pretty handy, actually. Just making 8 rows of stars, which needs a ton of quarter stars. Makes sense. Can I copy a good amount of this? Line it up with there. 2 over, there we go. And then same again there. 2 over, there we go. Oh, that's a good idea there. There we go. And there. Oh. So that's, yeah, then something different there, so we'll work that out in a bit. Oh, they're in completely the wrong place. Of course. Move them down. That's going to be all quarter spiky bits going in there. It's just, we don't... The stage before is all jumble, isn't it? So we've got machines putting out, yeah, circular bits and spiky bits. All the spiky bits are heading down. I think it'll be okay. Okay, now does the game's performance survive? We've reached the point where the game is running at 10 frames. It's struggling. It's not very good at rendering visual elements. So when we're on this version of the map, the zoomed out, no problem at all. Doesn't have any trouble. And if I go all the way over here and I zoom in, I'm not going to have any trouble at all doing whatever over here. But if we look at somewhere where we've got 50 runs of belt with items on them running along, here it struggles. When these start moving, the frame rate will drop a lot. Not sure if we can see that in action at the moment. Everything's disconnected. And I can get these guys moving. See what happens. Don't think you can see my frame readout, but I can see we're actually kind of fine. It's interesting. The frames aren't struggling, it just doesn't feel like it's moving easily. Ooh, I'm not sure. We're still at 200 frames a second, even looking at all that. And up here, yeah, down to 180, but still not bad. Might be okay. There have been a couple of moments where it looked bad. It struggles if you grab a lot of stuff. Like the whole copy pasting system isn't good if you grab like that much. It just freezes. And when it, you have to tell it what you want to do, and then it wakes up after it does that. So yeah, it can't handle lots of items at the same time in that system. I don't know. I guess we'll see when this is up and running fully. We can see if we can catch any low frames, but at the moment it's doing fine. 200 is a lot of frames. So what I want to do next is get any more spiky bits. So 2, 4, 6. There's 44 spiky bit lines there. 44. Just double check that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 21, 22. So yeah, 44 lines. And over here we've got 32. So there's another 12 to go. Like that. That's 12 more lines of spiky bits that are not being turned into stars. That makes sense. Is that what the next machine was? I assume it would be, based on how we've had things lined out. So these will be making the half spiky bits. Yep, okay. So we can feed in the same again kind of thing. Spiky bits into both inputs. Then we'll have 4 more spiky bits, I guess, to go somewhere. Unless we've got more machines here, but I'm not sure what they're for. So they are different, they're rotating different. There's 4 machines, so it must be spike and something. Be spike and circle, won't it, to be part of that? If we've got any bits sat on the belt still, we can tell, yeah. So spike, bottom left spike. They all come in top right, so this should be going into a 180-degree turn. Yep. First input. first input of them, but not the second. That needs a circular bit putting in. Because of the number of spiky inputs we had at the start, this lines out just fine, I think. How we can get the circle bits around the corner and stuff, I think it's going to be alright. Have that, copy a backer byte. It's going to need to go quite a long way, actually. Just do that much for now. Good. So, presumably it's then circle bits as much as... No, okay. Square bits are the focus next, but we do circle bits into there first. So they're probably going to cut across. So we want square bits after those machines. Square bits going in 2 inputs, and then square bits cut through. So that's square and square. That's square and square. So we should have 12 lines of squares. Are they here? Yeah. No, there's more than that. There's 20 lines of squares. Two, 4, 6, 8, 12. So they must be combining in some of these machines up here as well. So the good layout for us would be... Doesn't really matter. We'll do a block of 8. Or... Yeah, it doesn't matter. This would be a block of 8 that are making the half squares. Yep. Bring them down. Over a little bit at least. And then... Well, we know how much it is. It's another 8 and then a 4. Can just grab that, couldn't I? Over there. Almost down to the million blueprint shapes. I don't know, we're making them quite fast. I'm surprised they're not. But they are reducing, but you know. I'm using them a lot, I guess. Like, a lot. Building a big thing. So 4 of them just cut through as is, and then the next 8. I don't know where they go. Is the truth of it. I need to go look at the outputs. See which of these have got squares in. Oh, these do, right. Which is just the next. So the next 8 sets of machines have a square go in. And they're these weird ones. Does the input matter? No. Any of the 3 inputs will do, so we'll put squares in the first inputs of them. That should be the last one. Yeah, and then it's something different, something with circle bits, because circle bits is all we got left. Let's do this corner. Bring this back a little ways as well. Even that lined up. Good. Then do we know some of the things... No, everything cutting down is spiky bit. So we know this is all of the circular bits we've got before any of them got turned to face down. So we should need that many. Oh boy. That's a lot. We could have an issue here. We're going to need to move where we're mining up the colours from because I haven't planned for that. But okay. These are going to go 2 away from there. So there. 2 away from there. 1, 2, which is there. Okay. It is big. We do know that. Shouldn't be surprised that it's unwieldy at the moment. Blowing the right way doesn't look like it, does it? I think that needs flipping round. Either that way instead. Have 2 away there, yep, perfect. Lining up nicely at least. Join all that together. And that one as well. Okay. There's the array of belts for the circular bits. We need to do all sorts with these. Oh, well, this we are done with. I can trim that back a long way. If the game wants to. May have grabbed. Ah, there we go. Thought it may have just been a bit too much. Bring this all back a little bit. And so yeah, those colours are going to need to move. What do we want to do about that? We can just cut them out now. I'll cut them when they become a problem. Let's deal with the inputs of the circular pieces. So first thing that needs them is here. These bits are lined up. There are 4 circular inputs for this. These is gone too far. That's a circle. Place those undergrounds in there and line these up. Okay, so that's circles to make whatever that was. Circle and a spiky bit for the rockets, I guess. Seems fine. Next place that needs circles is here, where 2 are needed, and then 4 are needed, and then 2 are needed. Something feels off about that. 2 are needed to make the purple shape. 4 are needed to make circles. 2 are needed to make semicircles in alternate, and 2 are needed in the other alternate, and then just bits around the top. Okay. So should be not so much cutting under anymore, just a bit for these. There, and then we send them under. Plug them in. Okay, and it's all, I know, more like that. Okay. more the same as that. Those little gaps there. Seems fine. They're not needed. These ones are. More circle bits come up. That's all the ones being used to make the purple shape. Sure. Everything else here can be moved forward. And then we start doing this. So can I run a few lines this way as well to copy? Them up to that distance, then I can copy all that for each of them. Then it's something different. Okay, let's plug these in. Is that all of them? Then we've still got a lot here. Maybe there's more. No, just these ones now. A lot of these ones. Okay. Yeah, a lot of those. Like 2/4 of a circle. That does make sense. The distance on them. That. Hopefully, I just copy that. Lots of very spread out lines now. This is the bit that I said I don't really like the look of. I think I do still prefer this in general. It's not very dense up here, but still the overall layout, you know, is now a lot less dense. We're taking up a lot more of the map to do this, but still, I still think it is better. Get all of these plugged in. At least when this is done, we never have to touch it again, I guess. When it's done and I'm happy with the layout, it's the most we could possibly do. I mean, we could, like I said before, do 16 lines of every shape, but that, I don't know, seems very unnecessary. I guess there'll come a point where we've got enough purple shapes and we'd switch the purple shapes off entirely, and then we might want more rocket shapes, but the time scale of it all, I think, makes that kind of irrelevant. Need to leave the game running for about a week to get enough of everything. Even at maximum speed. Although that should change as we buy the upgrades. It'll become less than a whole week. So we should have 4 more of these to plug in, and then 4 that just run up and over the top, staying as quarter circles. That lot. So should grab that. Now taking the really, really long journey. And I guess they're having a rotation done during phase 1. It's some change. A long journey just to turn around a little bit, but there we go. So phase 1's inputs are plugged in, their outputs are plugged in, but I'm not going to connect those up to the colouring yet. Still would kind of like to look at, I guess if we need to move the mining of the colours, I can change the location of the colouring as well at that point. Might be nice to put those colour mixers in line with the phase 1 machines. Could be nice. Anyhow, we need to go back to the cutting machines that are here. and they're going to stay close to where they are, which might be an issue because the shapes are a bit closer than I'd originally planned, I guess. I started building very close to them, which is fine. I don't mind it. Just could have been good to get them into a tidier belt array first. You know, it's not bad. Would have been nice, I guess, if these circles went in a straight line. These machines were ahead of it, but they're not, and would have to move the entire base to get them there, which I don't want to do. Really don't want to do. Okay, there's machine number 1. I can grab that and move it down to where it's going to live. So the row is going to be here. 2 from the left, 2 from the bottom. Don't want to connect in any outputs yet, because I want to check that the circles are going where the circles belong and the squares where the squares belong and so on. So I'm just going to trim that up. Get the machines in place first. So how many do we have and how do they look? Are they all the same? Yeah, other than where the outputs go. Everything's the same up until the circles, right? Where we're not buffering them, sure. But you know, they still get cut. They're just not buffered because they don't need to be. We did look at that. They don't need to be. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $22 of these in total. 22. There is 2. Four. That is 8. All that kid's struggling with is going to overlap. Okay, just remember there's 22. I can delete them as long as I don't forget. There's 22. Well, let's stick in 4s, I guess. Easier to copy. So that's 8. This will be 12. This will be 16. That's 20. 2 go on the end. And we're good. Everything's lined up nice and neat and straight. And at the right distances and everything, that's fine. We then have 12 doing the circles that don't have the output buffers. But we want the input in the same place, I guess. So the cutters are all aligned. Yep, that's the spot for them. 12 like that. One, 2, 3, 4. That's 8. That's 12. Perfect. Okay, that's neatened up as well. The input is a bit of an issue. We'll look at that in a moment. Let's get the outputs of these joined to the belts. So they input into phase 1 of shaping. It's coming together nicely. Still need to adjust how things are fed into the colouring, because some things have moved, and then how the outputs of the colouring go into phase 2 of shaping, because some things have moved on account of them being the wrong way round earlier. Why are they shorter? No particular reason. Okay. This is wrong as well, isn't it? I've done this incorrectly. I did say earlier. These outputs are not all the same, so they don't all go into circle bits. Only the circle bits go into circle bits, so I need to cut them in order to see that. So I do need to do the inputs first. It's not the end of the world. We move this up. Just this patch might then get in the way of these lines. which is awkward if we don't have exactly the same shape somewhere else nearby. I can move the circles up to here, but you know, that's not the issue really. The jellyfish are the problem to find. There's some jellyfish, not many and quite far away. May have made a problem for ourselves here. Yeah, it's not ideal. That's going to be a bit messy getting from the mining in. We can probably rotate quite a few of those things around. Start with the circles. Yeah, I don't really like them like this. Let me get rid of all the belting here. These are in the way, actually. That's the main one that's in the way. We could move so half square, half pointy bit star section somewhere else. Which I didn't see. Big oops, maybe. It doesn't need to be nearby, really. Can run it in on a long belt. There's some up there. North and east a little bit. See any others? That's fine. We'll work it out. There's some down here as well, and some here. That's not going to be quite right, but wouldn't be bad. So I know the last one's a bunch of circle bits, so that's going probably not into the first circle output. It could put the last ones into the first outputs. It would cut this corner down, so there'd be space here. I don't know, we might pull the colours out of these ones or something. Where's the last of the circles? That'd be this, right, where they go into here. No? Yeah, I think so. That makes a lot of sense. This is the last of the circles. So in theory, if it was the other way around, the last of these would go into the last of those. It's probably simpler. It involves less bits going underground. And still leaves enough space to get to this mining patch and send it round if we needed to. Just say in theory we did that. We can fit those guys on it. Okay, that could be a good solution. Fine. These I would also like to turn around, send them up first. But those as well. It's not really going to happen, is it? No, it's not. Without making the mining patches uneven, which, you know, we can do. I think we'll carry on having them face sideways. And they can go there. And those there. I think that's good. They're going to run along the top of here, like that. And that is a bit neater in itself, but it does cover over that mining patch we were at, which, you know, we can find a solution around that, or these go underground underneath this patch as we mine facing upwards. Maybe that would work. We'll give that a go. Only go underground distance of 8, so underneath 8 mines. I think we need more than 8 of those shapes. Pretty sure we do. So yeah, we'll try it with the patch below. It's fine. And they go in next, I think. Yeah, square bits. So we put these in. We'll have to bring them up from that patch below. I prefer the one below to the one above because we can run our lines close to these existing lines. Keep the whole thing closer, you know, a tighter overall build. Not that it really matters. Good, that's all them in that type of getup. Yep, good. These lines are probably going to be in the way, so I'm going to cut them and they'll go up and over the top instead, or whatever. We'll deal with that shape in a second. From down here, yeah, it's not a straight line. We have to go round a little kink in the corner there, which isn't great, but if we're doing that, I'm going to move one to the left. Unless we can go that way. We can, just fits. Oh, okay, that could be a thing. Bear with. First one is then out and up. Okay, that's better. Single quarter down here instead of a wiggly one up there. That's good. Is this more than 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. So we'd kind of like to detach those two, I guess. Send them like the other ones. Let's do that. Like the other ones were. This all the way up to where these circles are coming across. Under we go. And they're going that way. Built a lot of belt pieces today. Wonder if it tells you anyway just how many you've built. Stats is just what you've got, right? Production rates, historical, yeah, delivered and stored, not what I've built. Oh well. These I think just go into the next machines. So there's no crossing underground on this side. Just plug them in. Hopefully. So there, 2 more to do. And the next machine should be the other shape. Hopefully. 12 of them, so there should be 12 lines of that. That's good, that's pretty tidy down there. The colour mining is going to need to move anyway, I think. Potentially that green especially, so we might be able to use something somehow around here to not leave that out there on its own. I mean, the circles are now a bit out on their own, but they look fine. That's all good. And this is just up here, that's fine. If we can... I'd like a better way of having this. We can have 4 off separately. When all of them facing that way. Although it's not at the right height, I guess. So we'd need to wiggle down. Which is a bit annoying. What if they're... I mean, if they're that way round, we can't get the other 4 lines here. Might want to look for another jellyfish patch. Or... How far away are we? 3, so if we had 3 facing that way, those guys facing that way, and then the 4 can't point the way I want them to. No. Oops. Them there, them down. Staggered down. No. Kind of. Makes a bit of a mess of it here. 2 there. No. Doesn't line up nicely, so we either have them wiggling around a bit here, or I look for another jellyfish patch nearby. Which, yeah, not really going to be near enough to be neat, I don't think. Something over here. No. Down here. No, more square ones. No. Okay. There were some, we saw them a little bit earlier, but yeah, over here. It's a long way out just to make the lines square, which I'm not against doing, I guess. Even if it is just to make the lines square. What's the best we can do here? I think it's like that. They're running there. And then, I mean, they're supposed to be here, so they have to kink on their way out. Like that, which I don't like. But how is that compared to anything else? It's not bad. Compared to running the line from all the way up here, just down and square. I think that's preferable like this. It's not ideal, but it'll do. We'll go with that. Bring them over and start plugging them in. And then it will be good to look at connecting the next bit up. Well, we're getting somewhere. Getting back to somewhere. It's cool, where are we? Almost 2 hours in. It's not bad, guy. I take back what I said earlier about the background income trickling us into the next level. I don't think we'll hit that 50,000 rocket shapes from what we're currently doing. So we will need to get this plugged in to actually make the progress. Which, I mean, hopefully we just get that done today. It's possible if everything comes out the other end okay, and I can work out how I'm inputting it into the hub. The filtering I want to do there. Okay. Lined up and plugged in. Perfect. So, what do we know about? We know about these circles. We've laid one out already. We can do the rest. Some simpler way than that. Probably not. How many more machines of that? We've got another like 11 or so, which is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that much. Maybe. Could be wrong. We're under 1 million blueprint shapes. Some kind of a benchmark there for how much we've built. Oh, maybe the income's not that far. It's 4 full lines, so what, 64 per second are being made. And, you know, unless something's gone wrong, I haven't really looked at it in ages. I thought it was kind of okay. We need to tidy it up as well, but it's not in a bad shape. It shouldn't take much to cut and paste it into good shape. Somewhere nearby to this, maybe we'll move it. Just more circly bits. Been done a lot more compact. If you know, we didn't cut them all apart and run the quarters everywhere and reshape them right next to it and stuff like that. Use the star shapes from close to the base and whatever. I don't know, I don't really mind. Takes a long time to build like this, I know. When it's done, it'll be a very impressive mega base. Super upgrade shape maker. Just a couple machines here. Run these lines a bit too far over. Far off though, was it? That one in the top. There we go. Okay. So the rest of the circles start here. So the next circle is that one. And there. And then into here. Good. Bit worried there was nothing there for a second. That's it. So the last set of 8 should be the last 4 machines here. Looks good. It does tidy up this corner as well. That was a bit tight before. So rebuilding it has let us tidy this up too, which is nice. Good. Circle bits. Then we have square bits after that, right? How much we can tell where the 4s are. So this is all squares, which start over here. First of them, and we're going to need to go under, so I'm going to bring them down. See, all of that moving by, and it looks like a mess, and it looks bad, but, you know, Steam still says I'm getting 200 frames a second, so... Just the way it looks, maybe it's not actually running slow, it just kind of looks like it's chugging along a bit. All the squares to the front. Although those spiky bits are also going to need to come down eventually. And then that's all circles, so that's all that there is. Interesting. This isn't too complicated then. Underneath all of these circly bits. That's a lot, okay. Up to that point there. If I grab all that. That on the end of all of them. Put them into here. By the right amount, the right numbers, in the right places. Good. These will start feeding into that phase 1 shaping and will be good. Spiky bits next. So yeah, these are... Where's the last spike is here. So just to measure this out with where those colours are going to end up. Last spiky bit is there, which is going to cut through all of this. So yeah, we'll have to come back to how we redo this. I'm going to put them next to the red. So remember, that's reds we need to find somewhere for. Put this on that extra green, so remember that's the greens we need to account for. And then cut their belts out all the way back. Bit awkward. But, you know, there's plenty of colour all over the place. We can make whatever mess we need to get that working. No big deal. So where is that? That last one is there. That is going... Can't zoom out. That is going to there. But the first one is like only here. Yeah. Bit awkward. Should be able to grab all of that. Or more than that, actually. All the way down to here. Might be a bit too much. It's thinking. It's trying. Maybe it is. Oh, there we go. It's going to take 50,000 pieces to do this, but okay. Line up with the spiky ones instead. Yeah, there we go. Click. And done. Okay, good. It's me that one. Then yeah, they need to like go under more and whatever. Let's do these bits. It's a bit too far. There we go. And under, yep. Missed on that one. There we go. It's different again. Yeah, fiddly little bit to do, but there we go. We're getting there. Seems fine. One from this end and plug them in. Oh, that's still quite a long way away. Where's the... How many of these have I got left? 1, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17, which is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That many. Can't bring them all the way over. And the ones in between are coming out of the other machines. Which, yeah, need wiggling underneath everything again. Oh well. Okay, that'll help. So that one's going to be in there. Bring them forward again. Too far on that one. There we go. Three more. Yep, looks right then. Got the right number. And we're in. Perfect. Okay, so the other one's coming under. Let's do the first above ground bits. Line them all up. More. Okay, and then they're ready to go under. They're all going under all the way, right? So can I do a couple of them and copy paste. Get that much. And head under there. Then grab this much. To there. Then grab that whole lot. Up to that point. Not quite is the answer. If I can guess at the right spot, I'll be okay. And further now, I might get this wrong. Yeah, let's not risk that. Let's bring them under to the right spots. A bit more now, actually, couldn't we? So just put them under there. Just under there, maybe. It's fine. Copy this lot. It goes there. Copy that much. No, I've messed that up somehow. Oh well. That goes there. And then copy that much. We should do them last 3 sets there. I'll tidy up this mess I've made here. And now we're just connecting. Hopefully, I haven't missed anything there. Or accidentally deleted the wrong thing, or whatever, and all of this will be okay. Might be difficult to find a problem if there is one in this. I don't know, you just follow the lines backwards, I guess. Let's bring these lines to the front again. Or the back, or whatever this is. Some kind of direction. Backwards, I guess, there you go. No. I clicked on a button. That to there. And we're good. That's all of the outputs from the cutting. So the mining tidied up. It's fine. It looks fine. That bit's fine. The colours need fixing. That's fine. We know about that. Do that in a second. That's straightened out and tidied up. The weight outputs is all tidied up. Lovely. Inputs into phase 1. It is taking up a lot more space now, but there we go. That's all fine. I wanted to check if I got a rotation wrong. So, I can't remember which one it would be on. This one, actually, we can tell straight away. We shouldn't have a shape like that, pointy bit and circle bit, opposite each other. That's not correct. They should be next to each other, but I don't remember what way round. Got one at the front of the line. Yeah, so they're trying to make this shape. So the circle needs to go counterclockwise 1. On the machines that are doing that. Which are the 4 from here, so the circle goes counterclockwise 1. And then it's something different. That should fix that. Let me just flush those lines through. And those are been corrected, but there we go. They're all good now. That's all fine, that's all fine. Some of these lines are empty and I don't know why, but there we go. This is a jumbled mess for some reason. And me bin that off too. I should be right, they should all be that way around. So why haven't... I put bins at the end of this, didn't I? They haven't really flushed everything, because that requires combining, of course. The sides aren't balanced, it's not going to have flushed. So what is still salon belts here? A whole bunch of stuff. Bin them off at the end of here and remember that's there. Although there's bits stuck in the machines and stuff, so whatever. We'll just feed the right thing in and the first stuff that comes off the line is just going to be a wrong. But yeah, that's fine. Likely have to redo a lot of this. Although, so these lines are now in the right order apart from the circles that were the wrong way round. So a lot of it's going to plug in how it was, but not all of it. Those shapes are now correct. Didn't want to do that. The dies I need to deal with, but first I'm going to plug these in where they belong. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Those are already where they belong. That's fine. The next 4 don't go down there, so this is where something changes. I need to get rid of a whole bunch of this. But I don't really know how much of it, so... to there. Do we want to... Yeah, I mean, this is the point to do it. I could move the machines around, but that is unnecessary. We'll just juggle the lines on both sides. That's fine. The ones that were wrong... white ones heading into overlap here. So this line here, or this set of 4 here now. This one and the 3 to the right of it are where these are going. So that's going into that one. And so on. Might have actually been helpful if I did leave more around so I knew what these machines were supposed to do, because now I haven't got a clue. I have to trace it back from what comes next. So this line is uncoloured top left, bottom right circle. Top left, bottom right, uncoloured, that's this. So these 4 carrying on there. So this is going under there. His friends are coming with him. Not sure why these belts are currently empty. Everything should have been connected, right? So what have I done wrong? Nothing is flowing in here. These belts are empty because they're back to front. Okay. How far are they back to front for? Hard to tell. All the way? To this kind of area. Delete them out. Grab the one next to it, which is facing the right direction. And that should be moving. Yeah, that's better. And this one, presumably a similar issue. Somewhere around here, down to wherever that stopped. Wonder how or when I started doing them backwards. Still there, some over here not moving as well. They've just got a little section in the middle there that's not flowing. How weird. So the game feels very sluggish right now, like it's not moving well, like things aren't updating quick, but it still says we're doing 200 frames a second, so... It's not a frame rate issue, whatever it is. Or, you know, Steam's frame counter is wrong. Which is entirely possible. Okay, so the fronts of these should fill in now. I'll check that again in a minute. The next thing in line is so more of those half things. What would they be used for? So these are the uncoloured ones. The other ones we need are white. So somewhere along here I'm going to find a white dye machine. This one will do. No, I need to worry about where the output goes. They're the white ones that are being combined with the half here. So it's this line. This is the one we already did. Yep, that's the one we already did. So somewhere there's another set of... Oh, it's the red ones for the rocket. Red ones for the rocket overlap. That's these machines here. These 4 lines here. These red ones next to them. Okay, so under here. The next core. Perfect. Then we've got circles, which will be the white circles that go on the rocket, which are combining here, which are the next machines after that one, sure. One there. Then we've got the purple background shapes, which could be obvious because they're the ones with the purple. They're the next machines. Let's just grab all that and move it all forward once. Copy paste. Down to 800,000. Blueprint shape credits. Not great. Maybe we should have planned to do more. I was just planning on carrying on doing the 4 lines of it. Maybe we should plan for 16 of them so we can dump them in really quick if we need them. Don't know if it'll really matter, but you know, we're using them a lot now to make this mega base. We're not really going to do this again, maybe ever. Maybe we're okay. We're almost up to 5 million of the purple shape as well. That's pretty good going. Not close to the 20 billion that we need, but you know, still pretty good going. Two more of them. Send a bunch of them just running through next. I wonder if we'll get lucky and that is the next things. Do we send a bunch of uncoloured square corners through? We do. They're going to combine with the white ones. Let's just double check. I'm expecting uncoloured quarters and uncoloured halves. So that's uncoloured halves. Yep. Yep. And this should be uncoloured quarters. Yep, perfect. Lines up as expected. There's still 2 belts there that are empty. Something's not quite right. Finish this corner off and then we'll go look at what that is. And are there any others? They all kind of look okay. They look fine, yeah, just these 2 from the looks of it at the moment. We're missing an input of square bits, which are stuck from some bad copy pasting from the looks of it. Who did that? Just those, I guess. Oh, but then, yeah, make sure the underground stay connected or those other lines will dry up. There we go. There, that should flow better now. And that should still flow okay. Looks fine. Okay. We can fix issues that easily all the way. We now have half rockets. They need to go red, which I'm hoping is just the next machine. Oh, I should just double check where that goes. I'm pretty confident on it. Yep. And then red spikes are next over. That's fine. All of this needs to move forward though, doesn't it? Let's grab all that. Bring it up while we're here. Or not to input them on the die inputs, put them on the shape inputs. Good, and then white dies next. Yeah, it's all in the same order it was, so that all makes a lot of sense. There's the spiky bits. Here come the stars that go white to go on top of the purple bits. Going there. That should be the last stuff we have from the looks of it. Everything on the other side is lined up, so we just need to get the dies fixed and supplied. Which, you know, they're the same as they were. Those output lines are going to be in the same place. Or maybe they'll be further to the right or something. But, like, these are going to run along the top here. It might be further to the left, I guess, but I wouldn't like that, so... guess I'm just going to try and feed everything under. Are these back to front? Do I have to build them from the other direction? Shouldn't need to, should I? I can test it. We just work on whatever direction you feed something into them. So I'll push that into there. No, that's not going to work. Okay. I do need to build them the other way around this time. Like that. Bottom to top. There's the white for that. And if I can grab all that. Ah, that's incorrect as well. Deal with that in a second. We shouldn't send the whole line up, just half of it. That one there, and that one there. So that's the first one here. So yeah, we split. Send half there and half there. Same deal there. Half that way and half that way. Okay. Grab the same. Line it up with all of these. Maybe. I'm putting in belt that shouldn't exist, aren't I? Like there. And all that. Just be like that, yeah. Let's fix all those bits up. The output's on that side, so that's all okay. How much can I copy? Or less and less I get, yeah. Annoying. But I can copy that much for a few more. Them all up too while we're here. Then I can copy this that much. Well, this is harder to line up. Let's get these bits done first, so I get everything in the right place. Actually guessing at where they go now, but I seem to be getting it right. It's nearly at the end now. It's not quite right. Get that one there. How many more can there be? A few more, okay. That one there. Okay. That's to the end of that. Perfect. Okay. Need to do all the undergroundy bits then. All the way along. Why right there? That's better. I've got bunker over here. Okay. Sure. Do a bit of copy pasting on some of these. To there. Then it's different a bit. Need that much then I can copy. If I get it in the right place. Which I've got wrong twice in a row then. My bad. Let's fix them. Try again. There, right. Then we get different. Yeah, but not much. Much left to do there. Just plug them into there. I think we're good. Cool. So we just need to work out what colour each of these is. Because they're not going to be in order. So that was white. This is opposite corners blue. Yep. That's a bunch of blue. Which is all the way back here, but fine. Line the 4 inputs up with that, bring them out to there-ish. Good. Then they're going to need to go under. So we bring this over so we can see where. There we go. There's a blue fed in for them. Who's next? Alternate corners, probably white. Red on top of red. Yeah, red. They need to go red. Let's grab that splitty thing again. Line that up for some reds there. Copy all of that. Maybe. Looks good. Put the red in there. Okay, next machines. Same shape. Going somewhere different. Joining with them. So those ones are the white ones. So next 4 are white. 4? Or 8? No, 4. There were 4 lines there, right? Yeah. Next 4 are white. Grab all that. Good. Next machines. Running this set of 4 here. Into the first machine. So that's white circles going into there, right? Full circles, yeah, so that's white as well. And who's next after that? We've got the purple underground shapes, so that's purple. Bunch of purples in them, and then there's twice as many of those, so them into there. Get them connected up without making a mess, preferably. Try that. Okay, we still have colours to put in, I guess. That was the purples of those. Then we've got left half rockets. Then we've got spiky things, so it's red for the next 8. Then it's white for the last 8. Be able to grab all of that. Line it up with the reds that are left, which is there. Line that up with the inputs. Hopefully. Bit of a lag, but we're good. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're saving, that's why. So, for some reason it's taking a bit longer to save since we started building this, I guess. Shouldn't be surprised by that. That's them, and then all of this actually needs changing a bit because of those whites there. How much of this can I easily copy paste? I think I need to remove that first. Not far, all the way over. Maybe. If I got that right. Then can I grab that much? Line them up each time, should be good. It was more than needed, but that's fine. It's a little bit in the middle there that needs plugging in. Do that at the end. There. Then I need this kind of splitty deal. They line up different though. So just that much of it. To line that one up there. That one up there. We should be at the end, yeah, good. We're getting there. Just need to actually get the dyes supplied properly as well, which is a bit of a fiddle, but we'll get that done. But that's all plugged in, good. So every phase is now reconnected and reorganised and tidied up, and there's now twice as much belt as there was before, but everything's a bit neater. It's fine, and we can sort the rest of that out. But I think we should carry on fixing first, so we get the colours done. Which I would like to move the machines north, which means bringing this corner somewhere else. Otherwise we can't feed in properly. If we turn the machines around, that'll work. So run the belts a little further up, turn the machines around, run these along up in the back. So there'll be, again, way more belt than is necessary, but things will be a bit neater. Or we run the belt over, down, over, in. Yeah, I think we'll turn the machines. I'm happy with that. So I'm going to just cut them at this corner here. And then cut all the outputs along there. The inputs, the way that they go under and everything, it'd be nice to maintain that. Because it's going to be the same, I guess. So I'm going to cut things here for quite some distance. I'm going to try at least. There we go. But then, yeah, be a bit more careful around here. They're going to need a bit of a, yeah, messing around or whatever. Bring everything together now, just for my sanity. There, and then yeah, bring that back as well. Actually, pretty much all of this is going to have to go, and we'll redo it though it was pretty costly. Let's not overdo it then. We'll just trim this bit where the corner is completely wrong now. Those lines might be the same, and then yeah, all of this is going to be changing. We'll come to that in a second. Let's get these machines turned around. So if I cut again, we'll do it eventually. There we go. 50,000 to do. We're going to go under 750,000 blueprint parts. Just going to line up based off of that. So there's a good spot. 1, 2, yeah, there's a good spot. Where do I want the machines? Left, right? Doesn't really matter. Might like the right-hand edge to be in line with the back of the other machines, which will work fine for the other side. It's half a guess. That looks in line to me. But is that? No, that looks wrong. I think that's right. Ooh, kind of. One to the right is where the rotators are. So one to the right might be better. Nah, I'm happy with that. That's fine. Let's not fuss over something like that. Let's reconnect all these outputs from the mixing. We just need to get the die mining tidied up, lined up a bit like we did with the other shape mining actually. Hopefully we can get something a bit tidier. There's the outputs. So yeah, inputs. They need to move up. I'm wrong. That needs to come out anyway because they need to move up. So I'm just going to get rid of it. We'll try and get rid of it if the game wakes up. Perfect. We actually wanted to run 2 away from there and 2 away from there and into there. No, that's the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Work out what these all were. Did I have them in order? Was it red, green, blue? No, it was green, red, blue. Because of the order they go out the other side. So 2 more, which will be greens. Then, what, 20 reds? And 16 blues? Looks right. Yeah. Sure. I mean, the mines are at the other end. We've got the right quantity, just need to move them. I've got a corner there we can copy. Kind of. Coming together, kind of. And then this I don't really have to copy paste, so I'll just do it. There. Can we bring all that? Yeah, just strain that up a bit. Down to 700,000 shapes for copy pasting. Overdone it there, haven't I? Yeah, by a long way. Fine. There's no easy way of, yeah, fiddling with that at all. Grab that corner though. That'll help. These bits are lined up with everything as well. Yeah, I don't know if that's better or worse, really worse, I guess. Way more belt compared to before, it was a bit more belt, but whatever. It makes it stand out as the painting mixing rather than the same as the phase 1. Okay. So the colours. Green is meant to be on the inside. Then red, then blue. Red is a bit of the awkward one, I guess. There's the patch that it's on. If we can get the green from somewhere else. If we can get this green, it might be nice. Can we get that much green from this patch? Kind of, from the looks of it. Looks doable. Can we rotate it so it's not quite such a mess? Don't think we can. We want that there. Then 3. Let's go round it. And then 2 at the back here is not what I want. Oh, no, not like that. Unless we just run the green next to that bit of belt anyway, which I'd rather not. This means that patch isn't ideal. Could run 8 out of that one and 2 out of a different one. Though, based on the location, I don't think that would go very well. Them all this way. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. And then deal with them at this corner. That goes that way. Yeah, let me just trim this back more. So it's still in the way. And I'm getting very sunk into making my mega base. I've completely missed the web. Over 2.5 hours into the stream, so before I go too much further with this, let's take a quick break. I'll just take 5 minutes to stretch the legs, give the brain a short rest. And when I'm back, we'll connect the colours back in to the colour mixing, to the colouring, which will feed into finishing off the phase 2 of the shape making, from which we do the layer stacking, and we'll have the final shapes with which to design the input into the hub, tear out the old stuff and everything like that. So we're over halfway to getting this up and running. It is absolutely crazy size now, having rearranged it all. But oh well, I kind of like the look of it still. So I'll leave it running so things tick along, no harm to it. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. See you shortly. Hello, hello. I'm back from the break. Let's get back to getting these colours in line. So we've got the first of the green there. If mouse wheel will play along, get the others lined up. Eight there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, and then these two at a distance. There we go. And paste a few. Then bring that lot down to the corner. Okay. That lines the green up where it should be, hopefully. I'll just check that with one of them. Nope. Something has gone wrong. Oh, I've done that corner wrong. That's what I've done wrong. Should be a little gap there, and then that one should line up fine. Good. Okay. I mean, go ahead, connect it up. Move along a bit. There we go. There's the green lined up. Nice. Good start. What was next? Red. And then blue last year. So red, we need like 20 lines or something. No? 12? Oh, and these ones. Yeah. About 20. Let me just cut all this out of the way. It's probably just going to need to move those blues somewhere else. We're not going to get all 20 out of that one patch of red, I don't think, so that presents an issue. Let me just... That's how much blue we need. Just going to move that over here. Maybe we'll make it fit that patch, maybe not. We've got this red, it's nearby. We can just send it under these lines. You know, it's nearby-ish. It wouldn't be bad. Use that patch and that patch. I think it's better than using any down here. And then we've got nearby blues. Kind of all make sense-ish. Just going to move them over here. All the way up, I guess. And maybe we could get these 4 over here as well to make that tidier. No, can't make a gap of 2 and then to 4. Okay. Can turn it round. We might as well do that here. Could tidy this up at all. So let's... they're not going to go anywhere else unless we use this patch as well. No, this is it. Let's do that. Go under here. Copy all that. We'll have 8 like that. Some nice straight lines around the place. Over to here. Wrong button. Do that corner there. Good. And then we want the 8 and then the 4. So if we're going to have it like this, we'd turn them round. I just don't like it really though. Straight lines would be nicer. Then there's no gap of 2 between them, which is kind of needed. Do them the other way round. Not against it. It's a unnecessary amount of belt sending them up like this, though that should be there. But not the end of the world. Make sure that the fog in this area gets gets revealed. Cover it over with unnecessary belt. a nice big chunk of 8 there. And then we bring the 4 straight over, I guess. Sure. Also betting that leaves a bit in the middle that's... Oh no, it does reveal it. Good. There's a patch here that isn't, but no big deal. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. Moving out. And then the blues, we'll be able to access these 2 patches here, I think, from the looks of it. So that could be okay. Let's get this corner done first. Instead of 4 as well. That's all good. Line that up a bit. Burn through those blueprint shapes again. Lots and lots of big long straight lines, which sure. And we still, you know, 10,000 per time we drop this. We've still got hundreds of thousands on them. I think we can finish this build with what we've got. But it's going to run them pretty short. So it'll be interesting. I might need to leave the game running overnight just to restock them or something. Okay, let's bring these back over so they're closer to their friends. And in an ideal world, we'll have 8 there and 8 here. How... Doesn't really matter where, but the further up these are, the better? No. Doesn't really matter where. Put them on that corner. That'll go to there. Yeah, it's just this second patch needs to be as far right as possible because I don't think it's going to fit. Or it's going to be very close. Needs to be 2 away from there. I say needs to be. But you know, it does. Or I'll be upset. There we go, that's fine. Perfect even. Grab them. Try and line these up without breaking anything. There we go. Then can I grab... I don't want to grab too much, it'll upset the game. Let's just grab that much. We'll bring the blues over here. So how's that? I mean, that's looking pretty good in terms of lining it up. This little red bit sticking out to the right. Annoying, but not a big deal. It all comes together okay in the end. Just tons and tons more belt. There, that's connected. So when that actually flows through, they'll start making the colours again. They'll start colouring the shapes again. We'll start forming the shapes here again. So all that effort, what, 2.5 hours work, because some of these were the wrong way round. And I do need to bin off some more still. Till it flushes through. What we needed there was something like this. But need to make sure that we're binning the correct part of the picture. Looks like it's flushed through the old orientation now. So I connect that one up and then we cut. That's better, right? We get the weird stack that needs binning, and it is the other way round compared to the one below. That's fine, we can same deal, just slightly different. Join them there. And there's what we're after. Apparently not. Looks fine now. Some incorrect ones came through. Yeah, some incorrect ones are still coming through. Am I crazy? What's going on here? Maybe there's some dodgy ones still working their way through all the machines. It generally looks okay. So that's the left side of the logo, and then above it we've got the right side of the logo. No, we've got the top of the logo. What is going on here? They're oriented wrong as well. Okay, and that's simple enough to fix, I think. Just double check it. This gives us the left... Oh no, this is wrong. Right. But how would we make it correct? Confused now. We must be... Now that I should have checked earlier. We checked and I said, oh, there's extra rotation in here. There's also rotation after the fact. I didn't check that. We don't have to rebuild the whole thing. Don't worry about that. It's not another 2 hours work. We just need to consider whether we can get it right or whether we have to rotate at this point, which we can do. I mean, it'll be pretty simple, right? Because this is top half, so we just need to rotate this counterclockwise once, and it would work. But if we can avoid that by doing all the rotating earlier, I'd prefer. Question is, how would we cut the shape? You can't. You can't. The shape is cut down vertically down the middle, so we can't form the bottom. We could potentially form the left-hand side. That's an option. How would we do that? Forming the left-hand side, we'd need bottom. We'd need the half square on the bottom, and we'd need the other orientation of this, which that would be a pain considering we just changed it once. But let's say we do that. Does it work, first of all? I don't think I want to do that just for the sake of putting a rotator here. I mean, we'll look at how difficult it is, but that could be a right pain. Flush everything through and we'll start to see the other style, which gives us yeah, that one. Yeah, the left half, and then we'd change this to be the right half instead by just flipping that circle to the other corner. Okay, so if we wanted to do this, we would need to form those things the other way around. So the half squares is simple enough, we just rotate them differently. That's no big deal. So we get the bottom instead of the top. The other one is an issue because it's like arrayed in the belt with its similar shapes, and we'll be changing that. So here there's just 4 of them in white. That bit's fine to be the other way around. But before here, there's 8 of them in that orientation. So we'd be redoing all of this to shift it out by 2 again. I can't be bothered to do it again. Shift everything down 2. We'd have to shift all this machinery down 2. Or we wouldn't, but it wouldn't line up with the inputs. If the outputs are all going down 2, I would want to shift all of these machines down 2. So we're actually talking about moving all this up 2, but it's too much to move. I'm not doing that. So either we have an array of 8 belts here where 4 are different to the other 4. Not the end of the world. Don't mind it, really. Or we're changing the orientation after cutting here, which is inconsistent. We haven't done that anywhere else. Do I care? Kind of. Would I be happy having a mixed belt of 8 down below because of it? Kind of. I think so. I think I'd rather have that. I'd rather do all the rotation here and have that array of 8 be mixed. So, let me remove all this again temporarily. We need to keep these flushing through because the old design's going to go, and these as well. We want to move the half square to be the bottom half. That bit's easy. Find the half square building. Here they are. So coming in as top rights, so we're instead going to have one rotate clockwise and one rotate 180. And that'll make bottom halves instead when they get moving. Yep, there they are. They're filtering through bottom halves. Okay. The quarter circles that are making their way through, which I think is all the way at the top, right? Yep. They're currently being moved from top right to top left, but we actually want them to be bottom right now, so we change that to a clockwise, I think. And then those specific four that are turned white, need to trace that all the way back. A right four from here. So here and the next three machines up. So we are making top right, bottom left. We want the other top left, bottom right. So one goes counterclockwise, one goes clockwise. Top left, bottom right, different to the ones before. Yes, okay, should be correct. It's going to take a minute for that to filter through down those belts, but that should be the correct rotations involved now. Hopefully, keep them going. What else do we have? We just have this. Okay, so that's going to be 4 there, 4 there, and then these are coming over the top. Line all that up. Have a corner from somewhere. There we go. Down to the point and then all the way down to the bottom, I guess. Why don't we bring that with us? We know they're going to be there. Less confident about the amount of blueprint pieces we got now, as we're fast approaching only 500,000. I have to be a bit more careful with them. I don't know if I'm wasting them at all, probably, but you know, don't really know how. That corner's going the wrong way. Don't know if that'll work. Let's just make one instead. Put that one there. Maybe with the belt moving slower. Yeah, frame rate's dropped. Not by much. Still, you know, 180. So. The arrows on the belt just seem to be moving slower than usual. Who knows? Where are we on rocket shapes? Only 34,000. Yeah, still don't think we're going to hit 50 without injecting what we're making now. Have we made it? Have we got the right shapes making their way here now? I've got left half. That goes in the bin. And I've got the left half of the shape. And then up here, I've got the right half of the shape. That is correct. And that is the... yeah. So I think if we join them together, we're good. Okay. I think that is good. Let's grab grab that, although that's wrong, isn't it? Yep, we need bins on the left one. Join up the right one this time. There we go. Let's grab that. So I'll get rid of the bins first. Then fit that onto the end of the ones that need cutting. And not the other ones. Yep, good. And then feed them into these lines that are ready for them. And we have all of the phase 2 shapes ready. To make the purple shape, we put the white star on the purple bottom. Job done. To make the logo, we put the left half with the right half. Job done. To make the rocket, we put the right half under. Which one's on the left, which one's on the right? White circle on the right. So the left half on top of the right half. Then we need to put that onto the background circle, which I guess means there's 2 stages needed for that and 1 for everything else. Bit annoying. Still, there's not actually much to do, and we're still quite away from the hub, which is interesting. I don't know if we... It makes sense to make the finished shape and send that over. That's the fewest amount of belts. So it'd be quite a long array of them heading over. We could like come further to the left and put those machines closer, but I don't particularly see any point. I think we just put the machines here, get it done. I think. So the first ones are all pretty simple. It's this kind of design. Up here, 2 away and 2 away, so that'll be there. And there's 8 of this one. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's grab all that and double it up. So white star goes on top, so that goes in the first input, right hand input. And then the purple background needs to go underneath. Make them all up at the top there. And then plug the lines in. Exciting stuff. Finished making that shape. Great, and then we're doing 4 belts of logo shape, so I just need to grab 4 of these again. I can go in next to it. And which way round doesn't matter this time, so we just put the first one in the first one. And then I'll line the belts up that go here. Plug them in. There's the logo shape done. Let's just double check actually. Purple shape is matching purple shape. Yeah, on the left there, that looks just like that. Perfect. Logo shape is matching logo shape, including the floating layer. Works exactly as we wanted. Perfect. Now we need to design something new. Well, not new actually, I think we got one earlier. Maybe I can copy paste it from over there. 3 inputs to make something. This is 4 inputs, right? Yeah, that's 1 stage too many. But that purple shape is made with 3 inputs. We should have... There. It does the 2 stages in 1 chain rather than separating it out. That'll do the job for us. If I can find where it's going, all the way over here. It's not even any longer. It's interesting. It's slightly wider. Barely. Yeah, pretty cool. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. 3 inputs each. But the order that we do things is important here. I've forgotten already. And it's not what I want it to be either, is it? Because the nearest one wants to be the last input. Fine, that's a simple one, can do that. Nearest one wants to be the last input. Because that's on the left hand of the second operation. And then I've forgotten already, I think it's the white one goes on the right hand side. Anyway, I can do the underground, so they're going to be here. Next to it, and then 2 away. Might as well put them in place and then connect them up. I think the white and the one with the white circle on the right hand side. So that's going in there. Yeah, they're all kind of back to front, but never mind. Then we're going under them as well. One going in there. They combine and form the rockets. They go on the background. And yeah, that's rocket shape. Spot on. That makes me very happy. That's come together at scale. You know, we had the example one and it was working and we knew the processes involved, but now it's working at scale. It's going to have excellent throughput. That is an enormous space. Like, we're doing a lot here, but it's an unnecessary amount of belt in between everything, which makes it absolutely huge for no reason, which is pretty cool. It's still some distance from the hub, so I think here I am going to put another marker that we can jump to, which is upgrades, finishing. So we've got the mining, the phase 1 and the finishing, in case we need to jump to any of them for any reason. Can't really see any reason we would. If there's a problem, we might want to jump. I don't know, whatever. We need to get the outputs of all these into an array. We would usually send them right, but that doesn't make sense because the hub's on the left, so I guess we're going to have a quite spread out joining heading left. The order we want them in is a little complicated too, because I think we'll just put them in together and then we'll let the blueprint shapes complicate things on the input to the hub rather than joining these together, because the blueprint is switchable between one of these and 2 of the other one. So if we separated out 1 and 2 to go in separately, then that might make it neater, possibly, or maybe it won't, I don't know. We'll just send them in together and deal with it at the hub, slightly before the hub. There's 4, 4 and 8 of the upgrade shapes. While we're working on other things, they could get us some good amount into the hub. It's going to be pretty good income rate. Could work it out, I guess. We know we're putting in... so purple shape, for example, we're putting in 8 lines of 16 per second at the moment, 128 per second. We need 10 billion, 20 billion? Can't remember the number I said now. 20 billion, I think. Over the 128. It's 156,000 seconds. No. Can't be right. 43,000 hours? I'm doing my maths wrong. I reckon 43 hours might be right. Or, as far as I know, 43,000 hours might be right, and we do need to increase the rate of production. So they're there. The hub is here. What we do in between, I'm not too sure of, but there's something looking a bit like what we've got here to deal with. I think what we do is we kill off everything else. We no longer need the example of how to make rockets. We're making rockets. We no longer need the old production of logo shapes. We're making the same amount. the amount we want in the new place. And likewise with the purple shapes here. In some ways this looks a lot neater than what we've just done. It's the same amount being made here. I think the issue was, well, twofold. One is not having the stars and therefore having to cut everything apart in the first place. That's extra processing. And then it's combining the three shapes into one flow. You know, all the machines lined up next to each other. We did one shape and then the other shape immediately beneath it. I think it would take up similar space, but probably less still. Let me pull that away. Blueprint shapes, you know, like I say, it's not that messy at the moment, but I do want to tidy it up. It's a very simple process, and I'm actually not sure. It's been a while since we were here. Like, that's the wrong number of painters, for example. So, you know, we can do better. And it can be here, but it could also be anywhere else. We need this. Don't need. It goes better if we get this shape out of the ground. So, we really want to build it around one of them. But if there's one of them over here, I'd quite like to put it next to what we're doing. Not sure. I'm just going to bring this closer. Not all the way, but just a bit closer. And we start creating that input that can switch. And planning ahead for it as well as a thing. Don't necessarily need that much input at the moment for the progress shapes after this one, but by level 800 or whatever we will need a lot. Not the whole hub. I mean, we're planning on 12 inputs, and even that's probably a lot more than we need because of this idea that Kennard shared with us on the Discord, where you can buffer inside the storage things so that your throughput looks bigger than it is. Which is a very good idea. Bring them over. They're probably going to come in from the north. Bit awkward. Anyhow, we're going to have to cut this off temporarily while I work here. While I work out how we do this. The first thing we need is every input needs a splitter on it. So there are two possible inputs into them. So we need to bring that out from the hub and have enough distance to be able to put one on every input. So in theory, they could be there. The one behind it leaves enough room for the other input to come in. It's a bit awkward. I'm thinking like... That is very awkward. Let me move that back one, that might help. So they don't join up when I don't want them to. And we'd need to do that anyway. Or when we switch between it, it's going to be a hell of a mess. Interestingly. There? No, because that... Huh? That's like a there, not that side, sure. But that goes there then. That one going like that. That one like that, and they're not touching. Okay, that's good. Can't move any closer though. That's perfect actually. Get rid of them, then I can grab that. Okay. So every input into the hub has two lines heading towards it. Good. That's that bit. How we want some of those lines to come from one direction and some from another, which needs to happen further out as well. But if you go under with like them 4, and then these 4 are coming in from the side, it's okay enough. Bring these together because I like things being together. Unless we offset Not easily done. There might be a different way of doing it. You know, I'll come up with a way of doing it, and there's probably another way that's as good or better even. It would usually be 2 away, so there. Might need more space for all of this. We'll see. And yeah, probably. Not a big fan of how that splits out, but there's no option, right? We could do the middle 2, but then the outside 2 would still need to go out like that. So the middle 2 could be straight instead. Let's have a look at that, see if I prefer the look of it. It'd be there. Yeah, I kind of do prefer that, and that'll be there instead. Yeah, although they're the wrong way around, but sure. And they prefer to not have the blank space if we can avoid it. They would be like that. That's okay as an input. Whether this needs to move to the right or not, we'll see. So that's going to be there, and it needs something like this. So if I cut up to there and then grab all of that, it would go forward one. And just in general, I'm preferring the white undergrounds, unless the other one is required. Okay. Those are there. I can put the other ones in. I'm just not sure about fitting the wiring between it all as well. So we'll see about that. Let's say it just goes there and they're lined up, because that's nice and neat and pretty. And then what do we do on the wiring layer? We need a constant 0 and a comparison. Or which outputs into joining. Let's join them first, then the filters. There's a couple of things involved here, so let me just look at. Don't want that because it grabs that signal. It's a bit annoying. Can we turn anything around? Don't think so. So we have to come further out is all. Which means we're going to overlap that signal. Okay. So we have to stagger it. Oof. Hate that. Or have to stagger it like that. Or move it over. Yeah, I'd rather move it over. Absolutely would. E changes the layer. Doesn't have to go far, but still, I might put, say, 4 between them. Let's do that initially. Is that? I mean, that could go forward one. If it can do. Could go forward again. How much does that leave on this side, though? That's fine. One more. Go for it. Do that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Back to the wiring layer, though. Green wires need to come out one and then feed into all them. That's better. I prefer that. Nice and neat and square. Then somewhere over here, so there's a switch, a comparison, and then it feeds in. Okay, so that can't be touching that. Can go there, but that's not ideal. I think I'll put it there. It's actually more where I feed the green line to connect everything. Can't build there, that doesn't join. So over the top, I guess. Like that. But then we need the break and the comparison between them. So that's not a bad spot to put the switch. In this area, maybe like that. And that plugs into there, that controls there. Then we need that to go into a comparison. The constant 0. And they join there, that's bad. Blue wire would avoid that. Bang. So currently these are active. Now they're active. We need to kind of prove that, I guess. Or it'd be nice to prove that. That didn't work very well. They're going in there. They're going in there. So present, that's missing an output there. And that's why that one was filling up. Now it's unfilling. And the reds are building up. And then we flick the switch, reds are released, and the squares start building up if they're plugged in right. Perfect. Except you can't put reds into the hub, of course. That's just going to make a mess. My bad. Can I flush this somehow? I guess not. Oops. In any case, concept proven. We rip all the old one out. What can I do here? I can just keep replacing this bit of belt until it's empty. Or all 4 of them. Can't I? No, I can't empty that with a button. We'll just keep clicking until that's all gone. And that mess is tidied up. There we go. Yeah, there's a bit of red now stuck in that filter, but that shouldn't really matter. And that's good. That is good. What I want to do is, I guess, get rid of the messiness when I grab this. Grab the whole thing. Not yet. Because this is half the picture. This is what we want to do for the blueprints. So the north one's going to be like this. The south one's going to be different. I can put the north one in now. That's there. There's the north one. The south and the sides are going to be automated. So we don't want a button, although we could have one as well to force it open. Maybe. If we can work out how to have a button as well, we'll do it. Upgrade shape is going to come in on the right, main line on the left for progress. What we want is when these 4 storage boxes are full, open the gates. Not just those 4, actually, all 12. Sure. Let me remove what we've got. Best to start from scratch. I'll keep the wiring. That wiring, that's fine. Although that doesn't copy when you copy paste, so that's not actually been put in over here. We need comparator, which is that one. There, a bit of blue wire there, and a constant. It's that one. At 0. There we go. Okay, that's that bit fine, but over here. So what I understand, the signal on the right here is what's inside. The signal on the left is it full? So if we get a 1 out of the left, that's what we're looking for. Put some crosses in, and we'll get blue wire to grab that. So the blue wire here is holding all of that. If we get that connected to the ones over here, and we get a signal of 12, then we want to flick everything. Okay. I'm sure we can do this somehow. Not quite sure how. We want this same connector. We want the same comparator. And we want the same constant, I think. That's how we do the switching. The signal is 0. The signal at the moment is 0. And therefore these would run. And what we're trying to do is stop them. So when the signal on the green lines here becomes 1, they'll open up and this will stop. Okay, so what we need is this blue network to report 1 when it reaches 12. Which is just a comparator, right? If you put it here, we don't know what we're comparing to. Constant. It's the same deal. Compare it to a constant. Click the right buttons. But we can't tell it 12. That's not an option. Okay. We can give it a shape, a color, a short key of a shape that exists, 0 or 1. Those are the available signals, so we need to do each individually. If this is reading 1, then feed out something else and use that. And symbol maybe? No, we do a what are they called? Operand? Or transistor, what's that? Forwards the bottom if the side is good. Forwards the bottom if the side is good. Don't think that's what I'm after. Virtual working. Now here we go. Gates. That's what we're after. Gates. We have and or not. So and limiter 1 if both inputs are shape, color, or 1. So at the moment both of these are 0. So if I put this to grab both of them, how can I orient that in a neat way? Don't think I can. Which then allows it to move on. So I guess doing that, sending that blue one further out. If they're both 1, this becomes 1 and outputs in this direction, which then needs to go out and around there. Sure, ugly, but whatever. If that's 1 and that's 1, it comes in this direction. We do the same around there. If that's 1 and that's 1, then all 4 of these are good and on they go. And it outputs a 1, which we want to put on the green network. Should mean the ones on the right are currently operational. This layer, don't put colours in because it blocks everything up. I just really need to feed that in to see if it flows or not. I do want to check the other side as well, I don't know. So at the moment, these are not all full, therefore the right hand side is flowing, the left hand side is stopped. Perfect. I can't be 100% sure that it's doing what I intend, but it's doing what I want, so that's good enough for now. Very good, actually, very happy with that. So, if and then we go to this layer and we copy this as well. Make sure it's in the right place there and there. The one in the north is not controlled by this. All I want to do is join those signals together. So instead of outputting on green there, there, and there, we come out on blue. And somewhere over here we have the other ends, which are all... so if we put that one there, run the blue down. That's wrong. Forward one. That down to there. that up to there. So that is going into there, that's going to there. So if this is all full and this is all full, we're emitting a 1 from here. We want to join that with another job on this corner. And if this is good and that's good, so if all three are saying yes, then out of here we put out the 1 which was going on the green network. We need a wire across there. And a wire across there. There. Job done. If all 12 staging points for the progression shape are full, it'll release. But as soon as they're not full, it'll close again. That doesn't work. That really doesn't work. Man, that doesn't work at all. We need like a... need to flick a switch, and then when they're empty, flick it again, which I don't think we can read that. We can only read full or not full. Can't read empty. As far as I know. I mean... is there any way I can test that? Maybe. Just mine up as much as we can out of somewhere. This one will do. Into a storage. So, only 2 matter. And I want to wire that out. Give me a display. How much are they stored? Does it say? 5,000. Okay, it might take a minute. But sure, it's fine. Yeah, we just need to fill that up so we can see if that behavior is innate, like it stays at 1 until it's empty, then changes. Perfect. But otherwise, like I guess I don't see the point. I mean, we just have to create that for ourselves, which is more complicated, much more complicated, because this signal isn't constant. So it needs to. I don't know. Can you just wire it into a switch? No, they only have an output. So it would flick the switch and then flick it back. Needs something that'll remember. This gives it a signal of 1 and it outputs a signal of 1 until it receives a different signal. It's a bit like a constant, but that you can change. None of the gates do that, do they? No. Doing something virtual. You can set up a timer with a belt and a belt reader, and you send a shape around it, and every time it goes under the belt reader you get a signal. But, you know, that's ugly and not really what I want in an ideal world. It's getting close. It might not work at all then. It's a shame. I mean, there's got to be a way. There must be a way. Might be one of these things that's just going to bother me for a couple of days until I get it. Moment if they're all full. Yeah, so we just need to know. Okay, we're approaching the point where it's going to give us the signal of 1. Should give us a signal of 1. There, so that lights up to let you know. Okay, so all I need to know is if I drag a line and it changes, yeah. If I start binning them, it changes. So as soon as it's got 4,999 in, the signal stops. And in our situation, the flow would stop. Which I guess I can prove if we put a filter out here, wire it in. It's going to flow forever because it's full, and the input is greater than the output. Okay, that really doesn't help us unless our input is smaller than our output. So this works well on the basis that we're going to set up like 4 lines of progress production and spread them around here. So 1 line in, or 3 lines even, or 1 line, and we spread it around and it builds up and then eventually releases and gets us the progress. But yeah, not really working. If we just make 12 lines of production of every... If we did a make anything machine with 12 lines of output, which just sounds insane to begin with, it would be a lot bigger than what we've just built. I mean, not much bigger, but significantly bigger. Maybe. Might be able to build it a bit. In any case, I would probably work on a design that did 1 belt out. And therefore, if you made 12 of them and had enough inputs for all that, which is unlikely. Rating. Okay. What I need to do here is make it so the inputs are less than the output, so that we can see the functionality. Yeah, it flickers back and forth. Is not what we want. We want it to run down until it's empty. And even then, we keep flowing in, and you're just going to make a different design to flow in the meantime. You don't know what that design is until you get the unlock. I think it's kind of moot. It frustrates me, but I think we just use switches instead. At least for now. I mean, this can tick away in the back of my mind, and maybe we'll come up with a way of, like, there is, you know, a way of using logic signals, not specifically in this game, but in general, to make this happen. It can definitely be done. I'm sure of it, but it doesn't need to be done. I guess I can't really see the advantage of it right now. With how we have things, or how we're going to approach things. We need to be a few hundred levels in the future before it's going to make a difference, like buffering is going to make a difference. So yeah, I think we just put the switches in and then we'll switch the areas on or off, depending on whatever. There. Well, I don't know why that's gone red, but sure. They're like that. Because I've built it in the wrong spot? Yeah. That would be why. That's what we're after. And then on this layer, switches in the corners. And if they're on, we get the main line. Okay, so we want, for now, all off. Does mean kind of want to spread out the input of the upgrade lines so that we can switch off a quarter of the inputs each time rather than all of a shape at a time. So rather than having them come out like this, I do want to change it. We could rejuggle them closer, but I think it might be neater if we did it over here. So I'm just going to tear out literally what we've all spent lots of blueprint shapes on and redo this. Oh well. It's all infinite in the end, just have to be patient with it. Rip all of that out, start again. So we're going to separate them into quarters. We're going to have one rocket there, and then it'll be purple shape and one logo shape, two purple shape. Then we'll leave a gap and we'll do the same again. And again. And one last time. So they're going to go under. Under. There. And under there, I guess. There, maybe. to tell I turned off the smart thing that gets rid of those bits in the middle on purpose. And there, so yeah, then you also need to go under where they cross. So here. And here. And that might be it. 2 of them go down there. 2, no, I missed a bit there. Two of them in there, perfect. How's it going? Get this plugged in, that'd be very nice for progress in 8A, finishing off this volume of production in this silly design, but fun. That's great. Let's grab all of that, bring it over a little. Grab a little bit more. Burn through the last of that blueprint shapes. We're not doing bad. Still over 500,000. Come all the way over, I guess. How are we going to separate this out? Output is a bit further north than I really wanted. Do we send 2 down, 2 over, 3 down? I think 2 and 2, yeah. Minimum amount going under, don't know. But I mean, they're all coming from above, so we can work from here. 2 away, we'll put that there. 1's coming in there. That's a simple one, not going under anything. And there's 1 coming in here. Again, 2 away and then there. Needs to go under the blueprint shapes, which I guess they're staying where they are because that's where we've lined up for that to go in there. If we can put them over here or something, I guess we juggle it around or whatever. We can redo whatever. Never a big deal. That's there. So yeah, I guess next to each we'll have, so I'll have another one there. We'll have one over here. So yeah, it is a bit of a wiggle, but sure. Probably very unnecessary, actually. I think. all of this is. We do know that, don't we? It's connected there. Bring that one down. Let's work out where it's going. It needs to go under again, which would be true whatever direction you send it for. Yeah. So to there. Yep. Fill that all in. Keep everything square. Kind of neater, in a way. And then from there into there. Okay. Bring them all together down here. Silly. There we go. Line them all up. Grab them all at once. Up we go. Yeah, a bit of a shame, but that's fine. The progress shapes are going to be done in the south and the west and everything. And out of the way, hopefully. A lot of it's going to be done manually to begin with, and then we'll get a few levels in and we'll see how we handle things. I'll be interested in looking at how we make anything machine is made, but it, you know, like this whole thing I'm trying to do might just be too much for me. We'll do every single shape manually for hundreds of levels. It can be done. These quarter supplies. I mean, the shapes have been made, they're here on the belt, so that's a big success to begin with. I don't know why that's having trouble on that corner. There we go, it's better. There's all four running in. Towards it, yeah, and they're all switched to be that way round. Should be full lines. I mean, we can put belt readers on, might as well, just out of interest. .9, not a full line. Various achievements for plugging that in. 20 rocket shapes per second, yeah. It's a lot faster than it was. It bounces, yeah, between 15.9 and 16, but you know, whatever, that's functionally 16. And the amount of rocket shapes have been ticking up a lot faster now, so we'll get to that progression a lot quicker than we were before. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We need blueprint shapes. I mean, we don't need them. Redo it before we plug it back in. I think we'll redo it before we plug it back in, yeah. So let me... I mean, it's really simple things, so I think I'm just going to gut what we've got and we'll redo it. And it doesn't... Now that all the four sides are the same, it doesn't need to come from the north. It could go on any of the inputs. And then we'll deal with the others. I mean, this one on the right would be great, because it's the most overlapped by what's going on. So if we could make blueprint shapes in this gap right here, that would be fantastic. We need every colour and that funny shape in the background and circles. Or we manually make the background shape, it can be done, obviously with just a bit of square. Wouldn't be the end of the world to add the extra processes in, doesn't cost anything. There's some here, but that's it's overlapped, so I wouldn't like to do that. Not that desperate. There's some right here. That's the shape. Facing the wrong way, but you know, rotation. And it is to the east, so I'm happy with that. 3 colours are here, so we just bring them up into this area. Let's do it. There's more of them here in the correct orientation. So if we want 4 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, perfect. Circles, not in this area. Further up here, some could be okay. Some here might work. Don't think we can get enough from that patch though. No, let's try. Please, mouse wheel. And from there, though. Could do that. What do we want to do? Bring them together like we did here? Bring everything together and then form arrays? And, or should I just dye these blue down here? I think I'd like to bring everything together in the same fashion as we did. So if we... just as a guideline... Can't zoom out when you're doing that. Just as a guideline, bring that up here. Would we have space here to do it all? I'm pretty sure we would, yeah. Okay, good. Bring... that one would be above it, wherever. Well, that's not necessarily the right space, but what else do we need? We need 2 lines of blue to make the background, and then 2 lines of every colour to do everything else. Which there are, all the colours are right here, so why don't we... 2 lines of blue plus 2 to make white with. 2 lines of red to make white, 2 lines of green to make white. Brilliant. Bring them down a bit. Don't think the order really matters. Juggle it around, whatever we need to do. Green there. Red there. Blue here. And circles. A slightly longer journey. And whatever this is, plectrum shapes, have a much longer journey. Not super duper far though, it's not bad. There, I think. Up and over. Okay, so there's everything together in an array, and probably enough space to do it all in. Fingers crossed. Perfect. They're coming, yep. Good. So the stages are make the colour, that's number 1. So if I've got a white maker, do that here or up here? We usually do it above, right? And then, yeah, run the colour down. So 2 away, 2 away, goes there. Be consistent with it all. We only need 2 of them. Put green in there. Red in there. Blue in the last one. And get the white. There's our level. Sufficient rocket shapes made. We've unlocked free play mode. Shapes are now randomly generated. And instead of requiring a specific number to be made, we need to do a throughput per second. Highly recommend to build a machine that automatically delivers the requested shape. They call a make anything machine. We can look at it at some point. Just because the game dev says we have to doesn't mean we have to. Hub outputs a requested shape on the wire layer. Yep, so we can analyze and then reconfigure based on that signal, which is a very interesting concept that too scary for me at the moment. The shape we're making, so I knew ahead of time that it begins with 2 layers, and it begins with no floating layers for a dozen levels or maybe more, but for a while there'll be no floating layers, so it's relatively simple, but I didn't consider multiple colors on the same level, so this isn't like a massive step back in difficulty. It's much easier than the rocket shape, but the one we did before that was, you know, another layer on something like this. It's an interesting one. Both of these shapes I've seen spawn in the world, so we might be able to simplify it like that. And it only wants 4 per second, which is a quarter of one of our belts. So we can throw something together that does that in a messy, simple way and just progress it. So I think we might, you know, be doing that initially for quite a few levels, you know, until it becomes more than 16 per second or whatever. We just kind of throw stuff together and make it work. Perfect. Let me just bring these white lines back down. Not that far down though. They belong. The blue's there. They can go there, that's fine. And then below here we're going to be colouring this design. Where am I? Need to put a marker down for this, don't I? Do I? I think I should, yeah. So the colour needs to go in on that right hand edge. Although the blue is the first and that's over here, so maybe we'll do this a little different. Let's go 2 away and 2 away, so that's going there. And it's this shape that's going blue, so that goes in there. to split. It's just half of that line going in. One, two, three, four. They shouldn't be there necessarily. There, that goes in there. Same deal there. Which means the white, well, it still can't come down because that just pokes out a little far. It would have been nice if the white could have replaced the blue. I mean, we could, just for the sake of it, send it over. And down a little further out, just so that it does that. Kind of like that idea. Like that. Make sure they're plugged in properly. There we go. Then copy that lot. Same number needed to turn the other shape white. And this there. I get, yeah, maybe that much lined up here. Or there. Why there? Should be one further forward, right? I got that wrong. I have. Send them there instead. Connect it all up. We want to, got plenty of space, and we kind of want to go north, so might bring them round, put the machines here rather than bring them together to the right, put the machines there. Yeah, let's bring them round. So 2 forward and then that way, bring them around next to it. Much simpler than what we just built, but same processes. Them there, and then we need a 2-layer combining thing. 2-layer. Oh, we could just go that way. It's interesting. I was figuring we'd kind of turn the corner and go that way, maybe. This way would be fine. Would it? Might not really line up neatly, I don't think. Well, yeah, so I was thinking turn them this way and then do it. Let's do that. Why not? Doesn't really matter. The space is here to be filled. Nothing else is going to go here at all. Line that edge up with the edge of that. 1, 2 away, so there. We're putting the white on top, so blue in first. That's perfect. That's how I would want it. Put that one there. Plug them all in. Send the white underneath. No, perfect. And then the outputs are... Ooh, that's annoying, actually. They don't line up straight, but they don't all go up and in, and they don't all go down and in. I dislike that. I might move all of them up. No. We could move all of them up so that they come down and in. But that creates a bunch of, yeah, scraggly wires that we shouldn't even have. I might just change my mind completely. I'm going to send these to the right. That one will be there. Too far. That one will be there. on there. Well, these will be back to front then, but that's not a big deal. Then I'm just going to grab all that. Move it over here instead to there. Oh no, white goes on top. That is the right way around. Or, really not sure how much that matters at all, really. It needs, something needs to go under either way. In this case it goes under 3 times and the last one doesn't, and the other way around it would go under 4 times or something. But I don't know, I kind of prefer this when the first is the nearest. Then the output's going to be lined up correct there. This one's going to go forward and join it. Yeah. And then we're going over here, up the edge of there at the right distance. And then feeding in. Ooh, I had a thought. What if instead of waiting for the storage to be full, it just enabled or disabled if there was something in it? So the moment while it's empty, the upgrade shapes go in. And then when we're actually making something to go in, like the blueprints, it would switch that off and let the blueprints go in with a manual override. I like that idea. So when we're actually supplying something, then it switches off, and if we're not, then it goes in. We'll look at that, but first, the belts are not full. We're producing 16 of logo shapes, but 10 of everything else, so something's wrong. Something I have done is wrong, so we need to come back and look at why. The inputs are good. I've put the wrong amount. Yeah, I have. Why did no one tell me hours ago? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've put 5 stackers and it should be 8. That explains that, but that is also happening all the way back here. Though we've got space to fix it. Or is it happening back here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not on that one, but on the triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's the issue. We can fix it here pretty easy. Okay. There is space to do it. Next to everything else as well. So let's do that. Grab... a bit lost there. Grab this much. Make it a bit more obvious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It should be as long as this one is, because it gets lengthened by adding the extras in. Yeah, this makes more sense. Okay. Let me just cut all that. Those are the right ones? They look like the right ones. That's good. Are there more? There are more. 1, 2, 3, 4 with 3 inputs. Yep, get rid of all them. Put that in. That should be the correct 3, but that's the only time we use 3 inputs here. Everything else is 2 or 4, which we got right. Anything earlier than this? This is just cutting, because there is nothing earlier than that. Ridiculous amount of belting. Okay. Oh, yeah, while I'm thinking about it, let me just copy the key of this. So we have a shortcut to there in the future. Then here is all combining 2 inputs, no more. Though something appears to be wrong before here. Oh, they are 3 inputs, that's the one that's an issue. Yeah, 2 inputs, no more. So that's all good. This will get filled in when what I've just done flows through to the painting. There's where I cut everything off. Here's where everything's fixed. Okay, that's... Okay, that stage, and then this stage. Our problem is that our output lines are too close to just bolt on the end. So we need to move everything up. And that is a long line to have to rebuild for that. Just so happens we could move them down, so the entry to all these machines wouldn't be aligned anymore, but the outputs would be, and it would fix the problem without making too much of a mess. So yeah, we're going to do that, I think. I'd rather do that and have it slightly unsquared just on the end here, in one way instead of the other way. Like it's going to be unsquare one way or the other, but that's preferable to rebuilding all of that for sure. That's a 4 input. It is stopped for some reason. Here is a 3 input. The correct length, I hope. Reconnect them. So I should do the rest. So yeah, when the bottom of this is now lower, but it's square at the top. So yeah, I actually kind of prefer that than poking it out the end. Yeah, I do actually. I think that's good. One of these was stopped. I assume it was because I was doing something. One of the previous ones was stopped. I mean, everything here is flowing okay. I mean, that should have fixed the issue. That issue. There might be other issues that I'm missing, of course. Nah, everything's good. Looks fine. Except here. No, the outputs look good. It's fine. I mean, we could have put belt readers all over the place, shouldn't we, to see... this one on the end has stopped. Any particular reason for that? It's flowing a little. It's the last one here. Man, that takes a long journey, doesn't it? No, it's fine. It probably didn't have enough purples to feed it. It's still not full. Some of them are now full. Okay, just taking time to work its way through, I'm sure. I think we're good on that. I think we've fixed that. Looping shapes, neat enough. It's got some long arms sticking out of it, but that is neat enough. That's good. So, a thought. Again, I just need to give my brain more time to think about these things, but I would like to give some thought to that idea of, if there's anything in here, let it out. And if there's not, then let the upgrades in. So let's do that with the one where we can prove it. No, let's play on one of these and then move it. I still want the override switch, so I might leave that for now. And we'll see if we can combine it in. We'll need to grab the other signal this time from the right hand side and then perform a function on it immediately to convert it. We just want, if it's truthy, a shape, then give me 1. So the opposite of a NOT gate. Gives a 1 if it's not truthy. Emits if once. I know I want a single input. If it's truthy, convert it into a 1. Oh, is that perhaps the transistor? No. Virtual unstacker. Interesting. You can't unstack in the real world. Forwards the input if it gets another input that is good. No, that's not what I'm after. Compare. If both signals are the same. No. I can use, if there's no better option, which I don't think there is, I can use an AND with a constant 1. So if you get a truthy, they're both truthy. Right, that's how it works. They don't have to be the same thing. That would be a comparator. An AND gate is if they're both truthy, yeah. So that would mean they're both truthy. We can output on the blue wire. Then we want to do what we had earlier, adding them all together, all 4 of them together. So we grab that much. No moves. Grab that much. with more ands in. First one is there, and so on. That instead goes up and into the end. And that wiggles into the end, and so on. And then this is outputting if they are all. So that's if those two are, that's if that is also, that's if that is also. So if this is a 1, every of them has something in it. Which I guess we don't could handle them individually. Disable that one line if this one line. No, all 4. And all 4 should have... All 4 should have something in. That means we need to feed in 4, not just one line. Or one line split into 4. That would be fine. That would be fine. This is good. So if this is a 1, if this is a 1, put it onto the green network, right? Just put the signal onto the green network. What was that then do? Same as the switch. But if I... So we're outputting a 0 from here and a 0 from the switch. What if I change the switch? We then get an error on the network. Because we've got 2 competing signals, I guess. So the switch can't just feed on like that. We need to compare them or bring the switch over to this. We can move this down, can't I? Make a little space to do something over here. So if I do that, we've got a 0. It's like an OR. I'm looking for an OR gate, and it should that should come on the blue wire over here. And it's a 1 if one of them is truthy. Yes. That's what I'm after. Need to get both of those inputs though, somehow. Let's go. Don't really like it being under the belt. Weird thing, I guess, the wire layer. I like it when it's in the open space, but it's on a different layer for a reason, so I guess I shouldn't concern myself. Let's put that there. Get the blue wire from the switch. We'll just turn that around, though. And blue wire that there, and then green wire that to there again. The OR is either the switch is on, or all of these are full. Is it? It's OR, not XOR, right? So if 1 is truthy, I want 1. Yeah, so XOR would be 1 but not both. OR is 1 or both. If either, then... So that's good. Like either the switch or the fullness signals, then switch over. Give us a 1 on the green network, which enables this side and disables this side. That's perfect. I think that's perfect. Don't really know for sure. Let me just completely gut and repaste the whole thing rather than trying to fiddle around. And on this side... Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Time will tell. Goes there. There we go. And on the north. It's good enough if there's something coming in on the other direction. Yeah, I like that actually. There. Ah, but all the switches need turning around. Just for some reason. As it stands, I don't need to flick the switch, but if I do, yeah, it stops that. So switches off means the upgrades are going in. Except in this case, where it's irrelevant, because there's so many blueprint shapes, those are going to flow in. If I flick the switch, doesn't alternate it. Doesn't alternate, it just would enable this input. That's not what I'm after, is it? I want it to tell it to do the other one. So it works fine if I'm telling it to do this one. But what I want to happen is if both of these right, so maybe we don't want the OR gate. Maybe we do want the XOR. I don't know what you really call that. XOR. So that's flowing that side, but if I flick the switch, then that becomes not true, because both of them are the case, and that's how that works, which makes the other side flow. And if I flick that, this side flows, because that's the one. So the switch is off and this side is flowing. So it's not like switch on means one thing and off means the other. It just, you toggle the switch if the one that's flowing isn't the one you want. Does that maintain functionality here? Yes, it appears to. That side is flowing okay, and if I flick the switch, it stops. Perfect. So that's all I need to do is change the gates to the other type. Brilliant. Proud of myself for not having a complete meltdown trying to work this out. The only thing we're not doing is making the level up that we need to do. I think we will save that for next time. It's pretty good going. We've got upgrades actually, haven't we? Now our input rate is so good, we could give an upgrade on every level. Brilliant. Save up the 100,000 to do more. 5 million of these ready, but we really need the rocket shapes coming in to balance it. There you go, we just sped up a bit. We're no longer doing 16, we're doing 16.2 per second on every input. It's going to get us there even quicker. That extra 0.2 per second. Pretty cool. Very cool. Actually, this is very cool. This will back up when these hit 5k because this is flowing. And we'll see at that point if that causes any trouble. It shouldn't. It's not. It's supposed to flow okay regardless. So I think we'll be good. Got some in storage on these sides, not sure why. Fair enough. It's pretty cool. I like how the input's working here. To prioritise the ones on the main line unless there's none there, or we tell them not to. Get them rocket shapes in even quicker. Not bad, but I think we do need the blueprint shapes to restock after going through 1.5 million of them building this absolute monstrosity of a base over here. It's just silly, really silly, but you know, fun. Glad we did that. So all that being well, we are over 4 hours in, so I'm quite happy to be wrapping things up for the night at this point. Very happy with today's progress, getting this base completely finished and reworked so it was neater, and I'm happier with it, despite the unnecessary size of it at this point. I am happy with it. It's a silly thing to do, but you know, it's cool. We could redo it in a more compact version, each shape individually, but don't really need to. We've got other shapes to be playing with now. That could just sit there and keep making them. We can keep making our blueprint shapes. They were fine, but now they're a bit tidier and a bit more consistent with the base next to them. And our hub has got this design that I've been thinking of, you know, and it pretty much does what I want it to at the moment. There's no, like, I guess it is automatically switching over. It's not buffering is the main thing. I don't think that's going to be an issue until much later. You know, making 4 per second is no issue at all. When we need 100 per second, if we want to get there by buffering the input, we'll have to change how this functions, or you know, manually override it, manually flow the buffer in when we want to. That's not a big deal either, really. We'll see how it goes. You know, getting upgrades again and getting everything flowing. Feels like a great session today. Made a lot of progress, so happy there. But yeah, 4 hours is plenty time enough, and we're in a good position before starting free play. That's what we'll do in the next shape session. We'll start the free play shapes, start making them, feeding them in, and leveling up further and seeing what weird things it starts to throw us at the higher levels. Getting the upgrades as we go. Fun time. So thank you very much for joining me, for watching along. If you've been lurking out there in Twitch, appreciate it. If you popped in and had a little chat earlier, appreciate that too. And if you're watching this later on YouTube, of course, appreciate that as well. Shapez isn't a particularly popular game or anything, so I just hope people who are watching it, you're having a good time with the crazy things that my brain makes me get up to in it. I am certainly having a good time, so we'll carry on with more shapes on Thursday, the usual day we do it. We'll come back Thursday 4 PM GMT like usual and start free play, start looking at those shapes and the throughput and messing around with that. Should be a good time. I'll be back on tomorrow, same time. We're going to finish up the Rift Breaker tomorrow, almost certainly. Just got a few side missions to wrap up and then we'll start the end game Rift building thing, which doesn't take too long, and I'm pretty sure we're plenty tough enough to survive the end. So we'll just poke around a bit at maybe some achievements as well, or whatever else to round out some more time if we need to. But we'll be wrapping up with the Rift Breaker tomorrow. Should be a good time. Do join us if you're available tomorrow afternoon. Always appreciate it. Let us find someone to raid into for the rest of this evening, though. It's a nice, cool 17, 16 degrees here, so I'm still going to have an ice cream after the stream because I've got tons of them in the freezer and I really like them. So there you go. Oh, I'm sure we do the obvious thing, don't we? Leader popped in to say hello earlier. Hasn't been around recently, but is streaming again now because they have the time. But a Tomb Raider. Interesting that they're back on that. Love to see it. Love to go be supportive of people who have supported us. So we shall do a little raidy to Leader again. If I get enough A's in the name. Yep, there's the right person. Just 1 second. This person swears a lot. That's fine by me. Let me in. Looks all good. I'm running. People are there. So one last thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate it. Whatever you're up to after the raid or after watching, enjoy the rest of your days. No worries, Jazz. Thank you for lurking away. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. And hope everyone can join us for some more streams coming up. With Rift Breaker done, we need a new game to play, and I still can't decide what to do, so maybe it'll be something exciting, or maybe it'll be something weird. We'll find out later this week, I guess. In any case, have a good one.